All right. Good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if I sound okay, if you don't mind, hitting that number 1. And if I sound okay audio-wise, hit that number 1, please. Brian, Maddie, another Brian, Joy, Travis, Sean, HD, Ty. All right, perfect. Glad that is working. All right. Let's get everything else on the road here. All right. Very good. Well, welcome everybody. It is, what is it? It is Monday, December 22nd. The year is 2025. And we are off to a holiday Christmas week where things can get a little squirrely in a hurry, but we will try to manage. So this morning, though, good. I thought it was going to be a very, very slow day based off how the pre-market was looking, and the thing was barely moving. But then, yeah, this candle here, we started very nicely, and then a nasty dump here. So I don't know if it necessarily went well for people. I mean, if you're trying to buy the dip there, probably did not go well for you. But my point is still some good quality movement here. So, but yeah. So first reminder, if you are, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. Last week we went over 300 likes several times, which is awesome. So yeah, if you've been here before, please hit that like button if you know you're going to enjoy. If you've never been here before, then yeah, no need to hit it. I understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy this. But if you have been here before, hit that like button. It really does help. Doesn't maybe seem like a whole lot to just click a little button, but it does help. It does make a difference. So hopefully you're all off to a good start. But yeah, how are your Monday mornings going? Green, red, terrible, fantastic. Blue in account, passing account, qualified for a payout. Beard is coming in nicely. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're moving beyond the itchy stage 2. It's still a little itchy, but I think we're passing through it. Good. Oh, I thought it's not the coffee. Okay, all right. Actually looking like maybe a short here, so just a minute. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to get short at the red line. Hey, buddy. Okay, if that red line turns blue, I will be short. Wait, yeah, am I in? Okay, I am on MNQ. I did not want to have a repeat of last week. Again, if it goes down and hits that red line, I am looking to get short. Plus 290, paper traded green for Sean, Brian, green. The two available haven't gotcha, Brian. Trust me, just let it. Yeah. And then nobody else wanted to tell me how their day's going. Is it really that bad out there for people, or are people just not trading? All right, I want to see this come up and hit the green line again. And then I'll potentially move my order up a little bit more. Tradeovate just reloaded for you. Okay, nothing for me on that end. 68. Yeah, that's a 20-point stop. That's a $100 risk there. I mean, yeah, I'm going to put that order back in there. Very small green, slow and steady. Roger that. Again, looking to get short at the red line if it wants to come down here. Get that line out. It's served its purpose for now. So if that red line turns blue, that means I'm filled, if you're unfamiliar with how the platform works. Now looking for a rejection here now off at 21 EMA, which is that green line here. Love the candle right here. We'll see if the candle wants to deliver, though. I mean, I suppose I could be getting short right here and just... But this gives me a little bit more confirmation. I'll leave it here.
Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, FaZe Coffee Shop. Oh, it tastes delicious. Oh, thank you. Tastes delicious.
I hope it does.
Oh, it's great. It really does taste good. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I am filled with a terrible, terrible fill. Oh boy. Okay. Well, off to a good start to the stream with that fill. Goodness, that was rough. To be fair, not everything can be a fine and dandy entry, but I mean, that one was a bit sketchy. Put a couple orders out there in case it spikes. That is where the bigger game here. That was a spike. There we go. First one hit. Meaning I had an entry and then I just threw some orders out there. Let me put this at break even, as I want this to be a winning trade now to start the stream. So this will be a winning trade now. Just a question of how big of a trade, because I don't know. Let me throw out another one there just in case it all of a sudden decides to spike. Is it going to stop me out? Nope. And I'm short. Will be a green trade, but looking like a very minimal one. All right, stopped out there as it comes back up. But yeah, so there was this trade right here. I got filled, and then I just like, all right, well, just in case, I threw some orders up. It was a long, so I threw some orders up quite a bit higher, and man, it hit. Boop, 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 and I just took them out, and just like that. So I had to wait I don't know, a few minutes to see if it would come up and fill me, but that whole trade was the same trade, lasted, I don't know, maybe 5 seconds. Clay, how do prop firms make money when the pro accounts are still similar and they have to pay out? They don't. They lose money. That is why they eventually will put you into Pro Plus. And that's why they're not going to let you just sit there forever. Because yes, in theory, if they were to just leave you in pro and you go and make $20 million, yeah, you'd run them out of business. So that's why they eventually will force you into Pro Plus, which is why I like their business model, because their business model shows that it is sustainable, because again, they will eventually put people in Pro Plus, which then turns into a great money-making way for them, because they get 10% of those, and all that profit comes from the market. I think I got to try again. I will try again if it comes down to that red line. So looking to get short again at that red line if it comes back down. And if that red line turns blue, that means I've been filled. Hopefully I don't get as bad of an entry point as that first one. See if it gets, again, just looking to try to play a rejection of the 21 EMA here. Come on. Hey, good morning, Jim. Jim, dude, I had a wild weekend. Had a buddy, going through some wild stuff, man. Crazy. It's crazy, man. All right, you going to get me short or not here? I'm trying to be patient. Yeah, why? You wouldn't believe what I told you. Hey, Abel, good to see you. I'm not going to get into it here. All right, let's see. Will I get filled? Nope, I'll back up again. And if the red line turns blue, that means I'm filled. I'm trying to get short. Look at this. It's like doesn't want to budge. That's okay. I'm going to hold steady here. Wow. Okay. I mean, if this comes back down, it'll look even that much better. But man, it's that was oh so close to filling me, and I still didn't get filled. So we'll see once again. Trying to get short at the red line. Hey, good morning, Corey.
I just want to say, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. How are you doing? Good.
Right here.
And you're in here? You want to say hi real quick to the people? Is that why you're in here? You wanted to say hi?
Yeah, I just brought my voice to wipe my eyes. I'm not.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Say good morning. Say
Good
good morning,
mor-
everybody.
Hi, everybody.
All right, okay. Look. If that red line turns blue, that means we're in a trade, okay? So what color is it right now? What color is that? That right there. That color. What is that?
Red.
Red, yeah. If that turns blue, that means we get filled. That means we're in the trade. Okay, look. It might be getting ready to turn blue. Is this intense?
I see blue right down there.
Yeah, not that blue.
Yeah.
This one right here. We've been waiting on this one for a while. Daddy's trying to have some patience right now. You know what I mean?
Okay, just a second.
Okay.
People, this is taking so much long to make some money.
What did you say? Do you call them little piggies?
No.
What'd you call them?
I didn't come up with anything.
No, I thought you called them little piggies.
I just told them something.
What did you tell them?
I tell them.
You got to be talkative on a live stream. You've got to talk. Like, this is awkward silence right now. You have to, like, ask them a question or something. Ask them a question.
My dad is
Go ahead.
telling me to do it.
Look. Say, thank you, Travis. He just bought you some Christmas ice cream.
Thank you, Trav.
Mr. Travis. Say, thank you, Mr. Travis.
Thank you, Miss Travis. And my dad wants to say something.
I want to say something.
You can say something.
Have yourself a very Merry Christmas. You want to sing some songs with me?
My dad, he said that's a really good song, but we'll see.
Okay,
later.
well, Daddy needs to get back to business, okay? So you tell everybody thank you.
Thank you, bye.
All right, thanks for coming in.
And do not smash the white button.
Okay, see you later.
See ya. I hope you'll be okay.
Okay, she hopes everybody will be okay. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, as if you guys aren't in good hands here, but all right, well, no Phil, canceling that out. I thought that was like, no, I didn't know if it was going to turn out to be a winning trade, but I will admit, I thought that was about a for sure of an entry as exists. Again, not saying that for sure, therefore for sure a winning trade, but I thought I was definitely going to get filled there. But there are no guarantees. And thank you again, Travis. Very kind of you. Subs go through the roof for the new edition. The best motivational speech I've heard this year. Which one? Be okay? Yeah, no, the kids like to come in here and say, smash the like button. I don't know if they've seen a YouTube video where they're the guy or whatever they're watching says to smash it or whatever. Hey, thanks, Focus Chan. Yeah, the beard in person, people are saying it looks decent. I tell people, hey, like everyone, I'm like, yeah, it's an experiment. I tell people in person all the time, I'm like, but I'm open for feedback. Like, zero offense will be taken. If I look like, total, homeless crackhead, please tell me, Clay, you kind of look like a homeless crackhead. Like that, I do not take offense to that sort of stuff. I am open for feedback, especially in person. Not that I want to take feedback from those you hear, but I think, there's a difference. You just see it on camera. Those people are seeing it like in person. Now, I wish it was 3 days. I think I'm on week, what is it? Either week 2 or 3. I can't remember now. I'm just rolling from that guy that said his day trade. Oh, yeah. And then yes, we'll see if he's back. And then the other gentleman, I already forgot their. No. Move on. Johan. Yeah, we'll see if Johan comes back. But yes, if there are any Johans, we all learned that is my New Year's resolution. If it's a Johan, move on. I experimented about 9 years ago, and my wife won't let me shave it ever. Well, I mean, beards are pretty cool. If I just stop and think about it, they are kind of cool. What beard? Mine is over 13. 13 of what? 13 years? 13, my wife. Oh, 4 inches. Yeah, I'm early on. Hey, Jared, good morning. Been a while since we've seen you, but yeah, good to see you. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I'm just trying to cross one bear detail at a time. All right, I'm gonna try short here again if it comes back down now. Maybe I can try to taste it. Like, for sure I get filled here, right? Like, there's no way that this happens twice in a row where it gets this close and I don't get filled. Again, I don't know if it'll work out, but, like, I'm definitely going to get filled on this trade. And I am not filled yet. Are you serious? What is going on? This is wild. You have... hey, in third grade, hey, little Clay, where do you see yourself in 30 years from now? Well, I see myself reading about some dude that's got a hairy back on the internet. That's where I see myself. Can't say I've ever thought. I mean, Paul, I appreciate it. We got ourselves a good community here. People are comfortable talking about their hairy backs. That's cool. That's a comfort. Okay, I'm in partially. So I wanted 5. I have 2. So I've only gotten 2 of the 5 that I wanted. Okay. I mean, if this thing all of a sudden comes straight back up, I'll be very grateful that I only got 2 because my loss will be lower. I mean, the 5-minute, I'm liking. I mean, it looks like it might want to roll back over. A couple of nice candles here. Will it roll back over is the obvious question, but... Patience is certainly, apparently going to be required in spades today. Well, at this point, I feel quite grateful that I only got 2. The market feels like, yeah, I would not have a super high. I mean, obviously I could be wrong, but if anybody is thinking this week is going to be some like smooth moving, high volume, I think you'll probably be a little disappointed. But yeah, if you go into it expecting slower movement like this that we're witnessing right now, yeah, I'm not saying you won't be disappointed, but I don't think you'll be as disappointed. I think there's a lament. I think right now, I didn't update the links. The free meeting on Thursday is scheduled for this Thursday, which is Christmas. There will be no webinar this Thursday. So, yeah. So if that's the one, well, first off, I mean, you are a savage beast if you're thinking about attending on Christmas. But yeah, I didn't get the link updated yet. So if that's what you signed up for, don't show up. I will not be there. But yeah, just go over just some of the key principles that kind of a foundation should be built from. A lot of people show up thinking certain ways, and I understand why they are thinking the way they are, but those ways don't actually make sense. So, things like that. It's so lame, the movement now. Okay. Well, yes, I realize that, but that's what it is what it is. It's the week. It's a holiday week. The next 2 weeks are going to be very similar to this. Because a lot of people, especially on the big money on Wall Street, a lot of them, their year's over. They're kind of done. So movements can get a little not so fun. Do you like to trade off news? Yeah, I mean, I'll trade. No, when you say news events, I usually I don't know what the news event is, because the chart is the ultimate news thing, because the chart will tell you that there's news, because it will start moving. You'll see volume and you'll see it start moving. But more importantly, the chart also will tell you what the market thinks about the news. Whereas if you just read the news, okay, you know that there's news and you know what the news is, but that's not really that important. What's most important to traders is, well, what does the market think about the news? And then that's where you try to make money from it. But a newspaper, I'm old, but like your little app's not going to tell you that. That's where I argue the chart is the best news source. Now, yes, the chart is not going to tell you what the news is, but it will tell you that there is news, and then most importantly, what the market thinks about the news. So yeah, I guess I trade news, but I don't trade in the sense you probably mean. Like, do I go read a news headline and then go trade something? No, I'm just staring at the chart. I'm Orthodox Christmas. Oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense, Laminate. Yeah, but I will not be there. It's just us degenerates trading during the holidays. Something like that, yeah. Is there any way to see your P&L on Tradeovate for using a simulated account? None of my trades show my P&L. Yeah, if you watch this video, give me a second here. This will show you how I set up my account, or how I set up all this, including those numbers down at the bottom. Am I about to get stopped out? And I'm going to move this movement up right there. Like I said, I wanted 5. I only have 2. So I'll move up my final 3 right here if it wants to come back down, and then finally bring me up to the full position size that I wanted. All right, there we go. Now I am at full position size. So I need to change this to 5. And yeah. Does this want to roll over? Or is this going to just chop back and forth? Or did this come down, stop me out, or fill me, and then it's going to go right back up? Gonna throw a couple orders out there just in case there's some random spike down. But good grief. I feel like some of you sway traders out there that hold a position for like 8 hours at a time. This is just brutal. That vid is great. Really helped. And then I customized some. Oh, cool. Thank you, Philly. Yeah, thank you for the feedback. Glad it helped and customized some other things. Yeah, exactly. And that's it. So as Philly kind of said, he watched it. It got his like foundation built, and then from there he sounds like he's kind of customized some other things that fit more so for him, which is definitely the point. So the claim of that video is not, here's how you have to set up yours because this is the best way. No. It'll give you just kind of a feel for the platform, and then from there you can click some more buttons. Yeah, those sway traders are crazy. Some of you here are sway traders, and that's fine. You think I'm crazy for wanting to just buy and sell something for 10 seconds. I get it. I think you're crazy for being willing to hold on to something for 5 hours at a time. Oh, boy. Oh, it's funny you say that. It's funny you say that. Check out check it out right here. Do you notice somebody's missing? Yes. What? I mean, just some crazy action there for sure. Uh-oh, did I just get stopped out? I just heard a noise. All right, I'm out. All right, so that was a losing trade, but whatever. I don't feel too bad about it, though, because I put them in my experience category. So, it's one thing to just be sending off newbies to people, to stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but, you know, to the experience, and to be fair to them, I mean, I don't know. Maybe some people would still like them, but yeah, I'm bon voyage. That is crazy. I didn't know you still use them, Nathan. Crispy the beard is nice. All right, we're on a beard streak here, 2 for 2 so far. With nobody's called me a homeless crackhead yet. All right, well, 5-minute here. You can see we are approaching a lot. The 200 period, the VWAP. Is this an area of resistance? Maybe, but with this slow action right now, it's almost one of these circumstances where is this just going to slow and methodically just cut up through all this sort of stuff? Do you have a recommended account? I think the 50K is a good one to start at, Brian. You might end up thinking the 100K is the best. But yeah, as far as what I think is worth at least starting, I think right here on the 50K is a good one. But eventually you may end up on something different. You may think that maybe think the 150K is the best. Maybe you end up as the 25K. But yeah, I think for you, I'd start off on the 50. Code Clay. Make sure you get that discount. Hey, if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you hit that like button, that would be great. I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but it does help. It does actually make a pretty big difference. So yeah, if you're enjoying this, please hit that like button. Going for 300 likes today. Let's see if we can maybe make a push up to 75 likes here. Get a little bit closer to that next key milestone. All right, we are right at VWAP. I might take another swing at it. But, okay, I'm filled at the VWAP. We're short. See if it wants to reject back down. Took one off there. Still could be a losing trade. Took another one out. I don't like how it's putzing around. I'm losing confidence in it here. But just in case I'm wrong, I still have 3 contracts. Put my stop right there, and if it breaks up to the highs, then I want out. But so yeah, still could be an overall losing trade. It'll be very, very modest at this point, and I continue to lose faith in it. Okay, now I'm down to just 2 left. So if I'm wrong and this thing rolls back over, great. And I'm not. There it is. Popped up, took me out. So I think I lost $2 or something on that one. So there we go. Do you have a video that touches on the tax rate? It's $10.99. You will be paid. That's one of the great things about our prop firm is anything that the prop firm pays you, you'll eventually get a $10.99 form. So very easy from a tax reporting standpoint. You'll give your accountant that one piece of paper, the $10.99. So about as straightforward as it gets. All right, have a good one, CDP. What about TWAP? Was that a typo, or is there something called TWAP? If there is, I've never heard of TWAP. I've heard of VWAP. I'm looking at my keyboard, but the V and T are not exactly close to one another, so I don't know if that was a typo or not. Put myself in a 1 week timeout last week. Yeah, it was. I noticed that, Kyle. It's kind of sketchy on your part. Just because you're not trading. So if you're not trading, that means you just ditch us, huh? Time weighted average price. Oh, I do not. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. If I have heard of it, I've forgotten about it. Have anybody else heard about the time weighted average price? What trading platform do you use? Well, what I'm doing is 2 layers. Layer number 1, I am trading futures in a prop firm. So the way it would work if you want to do what I'm doing is you'd go to the link at the top there and it'd take you to this site and you'd select the purchasing power that you want in the account. Make sure to use code CLAY so you get the 40% off. And then after that, they'll ask you, okay, well, what platform do you want to use? And what you see here is Tradovate. So like I said, 2 layers to what I'm doing here. I am first off trading in a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. And then through that prop firm, I am using Tradovate. No, at that point, the tax treatment is different when you're in the Pro Plus because that's making profits actually from the market itself. But Philly, just one step at a time, dude. One step at a time. I love people like you that are pre-planners. But like, first, let's just pass some tests first. Pass some tests, then get some payouts in the pro account. Again, I do love a planner. I love how some people, they're trying to think 47 bridges ahead. But in the prop firm space, in many ways, it's like, let's just take one bridge at a time. First, let's just buy the account. Then let's focus on understanding the platform. And then let's focus on passing some tests. But some people, they're like 84 bridges ahead. Which, again, I'm not saying is a bad thing. I appreciate a planner, but there are some points in life and things where it's like one bridge at a time. All right, we are now up to this area. So, yeah. Anybody that was bearish-minded like myself has been having losing trades, and I was bearish-minded. This one right here was a winning trade. But then, let's see what, I had a losing trade. Okay, yeah, I got short somewhere around here. So I had a losing trade there. And then I tried the VWAP. It was, now when I say a losing trade, this one, because of the way I managed it, I rightfully so did lose confidence. So this was like, I think, what did I say, like a $1.50 losing trade with the way I managed it. And right here, I guess, had I shorted right there, it would have been fine, but yeah, good job, Philly. But yes, you're getting a little bit further ahead than what you really need to be. But good, congrats. 2K up on the test account. Very good. So are you on a 50K? Streaming schedule this week, if anybody's interested, I will be streaming tomorrow. And then Christmas Eve day, Christmas, I will not be here. As I'm assuming a lot of you will not be here. And then I will be back streaming on Friday. Friday from the great state of Ohio. Do you pay for your Tradovate platform? No. I mean, in an indirect way, yes. Because when you buy the account, part of the $102, and by the way, the per month is only during the test phase. After you pass the test and get your pro account, the monthly fee goes away. Which is kind of cool because even though the monthly fee goes away, you'll still have access to real-time data and all that through the platform. So no, you don't pay for it necessarily directly, bada boom, but you are still technically part of that payment when you buy the prop firm. Part of that number is to pay for the platform itself. So yes, I do indirectly, if that makes sense. Philly. Okay, yeah. All right, so you got 1,000 left to go. Good job. Good job. The markets, what? The markets close Christmas Eve day. So the 24th, they close at 1:15 p.m. Eastern. And then the markets open back up on Christmas Day at 6 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, exactly, Philly. Yeah, so I don't want to confuse you, but yeah, bada boom. You do not have to pay for Tradovate separately. Just buy the prop account, and then all the other stuff will be taken care of for you. So I don't want to necessarily confuse you, but It's like people are like, oh, it's free shipping. It's like, well, no, I understand you think it's free shipping, but they've just baked the shipping. Uh-oh, just a reload. It's like they baked the cost into the price of the product itself because it's way better. Okay, I'm thinking of another short here, which again, maybe this bearish biasness is so I'm going to get short at the red line. Again, very small position size because on a day like today, I mean, I could see a bunch of little paper cuts happening, but doing my macro risk management, I am plenty green on the day. So this is the same account. This right here are my NQ trades, and these are MNQ. So I'd have to go in a pretty big baboon mode to all of a sudden send this account red, which I do not plan to do. Do I keep the buying power? Yes, you do, Malcolm. Not anymore, Philly. That deal's gone. What time do I usually start trading? Well, I don't know. I start live streaming at 11 a.m. Eastern. All right, just a minute. Am I going to get filled here? Look on the 5-minute, right where it got rejected, right off that purple line. 50 period, so we'll see if this can deliver. We're watching it here on the 2-minute. So I like it the 5-minute. Nice rejection. Now I'm trying to see if it wants to give some follow through and pushback of the rejection. But yeah, I usually start trading in the morning. Don't start live streaming until 11 a.m. Eastern though. But I have a private community that is behind a paywall. So I devote the opening bell to them. Okay, oh no. Okay, that's what happens. I now know when that's gonna happen. Figures it happens on a... All right, I'm going to take that scalp out just because it drives me insane. So I noticed how Tradovate refreshed. And then when it came back, it was the blinking blue line. So, all right, let me log out here. So we'll turn this into a quick little commercial break. Whoops. What is going on here? Oh, whoops. There we go. All right, so if this happens to you and you're on the desktop, or I'm sorry, on the web browser, you just have to refresh the page. So very easy. For me, I have to, because I'm on the desktop version, I have to log out and back in again. So let me do that off screen here for a second. All right. Okay, so that is in the future now. I'm going to know that's going to happen. If I see it log out and back in again, then I'm going to get the blinking blue line of just pure annoyance. Please don't tell me that thing totally rolled back over. That will be very irritating. Okay, no, actually it looks like it would have irritated me in the other way. So maybe the scalpy scalp was the best way. All right. Okay, let's bring this back over. All right, back in business. Your volume on the right is gone. What is the strongest currency in the world? I don't know. What is it? The Swiss franc, maybe? I don't know. I guess it depends on what do you mean by strength. The dollar is the strongest given it's the reserve currency. So if you want to argue it from that standpoint, then the dollar. But I don't know, from which one has the strongest in terms of which one people are running to for safety. I don't know. The Swiss franc usually does pretty good in that regard. Oh, Santo. Can't say I'm shocked that Santo has turned out to be I told you so guy. Santo, remember from Friday, he got pressed on some things, could not answer anything. And then he was like, they are doing something. And then when I said they, he struggled. But it makes sense now. He is not able to self-validate. We have a guy here. He's been part of the live stream since almost the start. But anyways, his daughter is a psychoanalyst. So I'm like, hey, ask your daughter, why do people show up? Basically with the end goal to be able to say, I told you so, right? Because some people say they'll make a claim, And then if it works out, then they'll say, I told you so. Of course, if it doesn't, they disappear. But if it does, they like to say, see, I told you so. I said, why do some people do that? Like, why do some people feel the need to structure something in a way that gives them the opportunity to say, I told you so? I was like, can you ask your daughter that? Because it's a pretty common thing here. And his daughter was like, yeah, those people they don't have the ability to self-validate. Or they're not necessarily they don't have the ability, but they're not good at self-validation. So I did some research on self-validation, and yeah, it fit very, very closely. So Santo, I want to give you some feedback. Go do some studying in terms of self-validation. No, yeah, you were right. But I mean, the whole point is, yeah, we all have those moments. We've all made claims and say, I was right. I just always was curious on why do some people feel the need to structure in a way where they can come back and then say, told you so. And the reason is inability to self-validate. So Santo, that's your homework assignment. The next couple of weeks, do some research into self-validation and how you can work on that. Okay, that's fantastic that you've been trading futures. I don't know how that's relevant to anything that we're talking about right now. So anyways, my point stands. As somebody that has traded futures longer than I have, I want you to go and work on your self-validation. Hey, Alpine, good to see you. Are the futures market open on Wednesday and Friday? Let's see. The futures market closes Wednesday, so that's Christmas Eve day at 1 p.m. Eastern. They open back up on Christmas at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then it's back to normal again. Hey, Big P. Not to mention, Santo, okay, I mean, it gapped up, that's fine, but you didn't take advantage of that in the prop firm space anyways because you can't hold over the session. So it's not like you took advantage of the gap up, especially if you're with 10 Apex accounts. Well, okay. I mean, you called a gap up. Good job. But it's not like you actually made any money from the gap up itself. Hey, Sadie. For pro accounts, does the platform prevent you from trading during those restricted times? They'll email you. Take Profit Trader will email you on what's known as red calendar, red folder events. There is a calendar too in the back end. And when it says you can't trade, that just means you can't be in the, so for example, like a Fed announcement at 2 p.m. Eastern. That just means you can't be in the trade at 1:59 p.m. Eastern, you can't be in a trade at 2 p.m. Eastern, and you can't be in a trade at 2:01 p.m. Eastern. But at 2:02, you are welcome to trade the news. Can you scale? Yeah. No, that's one of the big arguments of why I think Take Private Trader is at the king of the mountain. Is they have a very clean set of rules. No scaling rules, no scalping rules. So Funding Ticks, who I'm no longer, I put in a new rule now where you have to hold for at least 1 minute. So like right there. Now, I'm not saying that that's a bad rule per se. The way they did it was super sketchy. But all I'm saying is that for somebody like me, I don't want to have to hold for at least 1 minute. So for somebody like me, that would be a deal breaker where I would never want to use a prop firm that has that sort of rule. So that's just where Take Private Trader, though, they have such a clean set of rules. No rules, no scalping rules, no consistency rule, no scaling. To answer who said that, who asked. For Bada Boom, no scaling. His self-validation is I bought 10 I don't know. I mean, we learned that Santo, they did this, and when asked about they, boy, he started to struggle with that one. But it's okay. It's okay. I hope he's doing well. I hope he'll take up our assignment to work on how to self-validate. Tess, we see ya. A few trades only last a second. Well, on that prop firm, or on a prop firm, so Funding Ticks, yeah, that would not be okay. No. But what they did is they went back and retroactively applied it. So they were like, okay, new rule, and we're applying this new rule even to trades that you did several weeks ago. Oh, no, yes. No, Sando, I no need to repeat anything. You can just go back to the live stream and unmute it, and you'll hear me say it. So there are a couple that you need to hold 10 seconds on 50% of trades, but 1 minute is crazy. Tell me you're in. Yeah. That's I think I've interacted with a couple of these. I don't know. Does this make me like a race? I don't know if race is right, but like funding ticks, and then what? Few funded future. So, there's another one. They're both based out of like the Middle East, and both of them, I don't know, are getting sketchy. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna have a policy where you've got to be based out of America, or else I'm not gonna even talk about. I don't know. I'm still thinking through that, but yeah, right now, the Middle Eastern prop firms are kind of on a rough patch right now. But the good news is I don't think many of you even use funding ticks from this live stream because the affiliates, not a whole lot of people use code Clay or my code there. All right, maybe a trade here. What happened here? Oh, I took the scalp. That's right. I was like, I thought I was short around here, but I was. So this is what the action I was wanting when I held for quite a while around here. That first trade. No, second trade. First one worked out fine. Got short. Got the move down, and then when it came back up, it kicked me out of the trade. Then I tried again here, and then eventually got stopped out right here. But yeah, I was waiting, hoping for, so these people, had I waited, I would eventually got paid. But so this movement is exactly what I was looking for back here. I had to hold a short for a good 20 minutes there, pure agony. Well, good job on the patience. Where's Anthony? I don't know. I think, this is a week where a lot of people are going to be probably here or there. It is the week of Christmas. But I learned from somebody that, who is Orthodox, and their Christmas, I don't know if he's still here. I think he said January 7th is their Christmas, which I did not know that, so that was interesting. I'm waiting for you to tell me, Santo. You are the genius here. Remember, you've been trading futures longer than me. Therefore, it's clear that you know way more about futures than I do. I don't think that's a logical fallacy in any way. I don't think that's an appeal to authority, logical fallacy. So I'm just waiting for you to tell me what to do, brother. 2 + 2 = 5, man. But hey, I've been studying math longer than you have, so trust me, bro. Well, we didn't fill the gap, so we reject. Okay. So, Santo, what we do around here, because I am intellectually honest enough to admit, I don't know who you are. So to be fair to you, you might be a rock star trader. That's very possible. But a cool thing about all this is you can prove that to us by giving us some trade plans ahead of time. So when you see something that you believe to be a trade plan, give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Give us those 3 numbers ahead of time. Now, I do realize sometimes we have to wait for confirmation. So, but in that situation, as soon as you get confirmation and get in, let us know where your entry was, where's your stop at, and where's your target at. But yeah, none of this stuff, and I'm not saying you were planning on doing this, Santo, but yeah, when people show up and they're like, yeah, I got long here, it's like, okay, maybe you did, but this is also the internet where people just say stuff. So Santo, you give us some trade plans, and let's see what you can cook up. As somebody that has been trading futures longer than me, great. I look forward to seeing some astounding trade plans. That's not okay. The mere fact that you think that was a trade plan is mind-boggling. well, we didn't fill the gap, so we rejected. That's not a trade plan. That's just words. So the cookie continues to crumble that apparently somebody that can be trading futures longer than I have, and they think that a trade plan is just saying that it rejected. That's not a trade. I told you the definition of a trade plan has 3 numbers: an entry, a stop, and a target. Again, you trade on the minute. That's fine. I'm just asking you, whatever your trade plan is, even if it's based on the weekly time frame, just tell us those 3 numbers. Look at that. Look at human guidance. Notice how he did that? Long hair, stop loss 20. Look at that. You see how human guidance did that? Are you able to do that? Hey, what's up, Rod? Okay. So in other words, Santo is what we call an armchair broad statement trader. He will not give us any numbers because he knows numbers will hold him accountable. So he is just filled with words. But hey, that's okay, though. We can all tell he's been trading futures longer than probably a lot of us here. Can't even give us 3 numbers, but man. Last question. Appreciate the help. Do you have a way to track those extreme days? Okay. Yeah. Do you have a way to track those extreme days? Yeah, Philly, just check your email. They will email you ahead of time on those days. And there's also a calendar in the back end on your dashboard of Take Profit Trader that'll help you with all that too. When I buy, you sell, that works every time. Hey, there you go. Pro Plus account acquired, working on it. Good job, man, Robo. Well, I mean, if me calling out maybe something that's not true is an insult, I guess if that's how you're going to define it, I am insulting. But I find it weird that somebody that has traded apparently as long as you have does not understand what a trade plan is and is not willing to give out 3 numbers. But it's okay. I think we've all established that you're just a troll. So we will move on. So I'm applying here. I know it's not the new year yet, but Santo is what was the guy's name? What was the guy's name from last week? No. What was the guy's? Oh my goodness, this is bad. Johan, thank you. Yes. Santos has been identified as a Johan. So per the new year resolution, if they're a Johan, move on. So Santo, you're a Johan. I'm going to move on. You are free to stick around, but got to keep on moving. Just a reminder, when only news you can't trade only happens at 8:30 a.m. Eastern with the exception of 2 p.m. I think that, yeah. I guess I don't know if I've ever connected those dots, Alpine, but that does sound, now that you say that, I think, yeah. Yeah. I can't think of any, definitely never, 945. But yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I guess I never have heard. Yeah, okay. There you go. Read what Alpine said. That's a good point. That's kind of a good rule of thumb right there. No, not face, Johan. Now, if anybody else wants to continue to interact with Santo, just beware, he is a Johan, so if you want to risk your time on that sort of situation, that is up to you. Hey, if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, we are 6 likes away from that always nice kind of milestone of 100 likes. So yeah, if you're enjoying, if you don't mind hitting that like button, it does help. Travis, I'm telling you, Johans are trolls. He's doing that on purpose. He's either a total newbie or he's just trolling. So, I mean, just keep that in mind. There's a reason why I have the new, if they're a Johan, move on policy. Oh, Philly, dude. Those situations happen maybe once every 5 years. Man, Philly, are you an accountant or something? You got to be an accountant or an engineer. What are you? What are you, Philly? You're like, man, you are down in the weeds of this planning. Yeah. All right. Yes. What you are now concerned about, don't worry, man. And if that happens, you will know because it will be like headline news. Not just in the financial media, but like all media. You will know when the futures market is getting halted because of too big of moves. That means the stock market's having a very rough go at it. So you will know very clearly in those situations. So don't worry about that one, brother. But I'm still curious if you're willing to share. What do you do? I'm guessing either an accountant or an engineer. Or a tool and die maker. My father-in-law is a tool and, well, he was a tool and die. Man, when he's working on a project, he needs those things within like a 16th inch tolerance. Logistician. Well, I don't know what that is, but it has something to do with numbers and logistics. So yeah, that makes sense, Philly. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate where you're coming from, but I know, yeah, no, I trade futures in the private community too. Yep. Yeah, all I do now is day trading futures. Day trading futures through a prop firm mathematically is by far the best way to go about day trading. Most efficient way. You're welcome, Philly. You know, I like you. I like you. As a former engineer, I can appreciate somebody that's maybe overthinking things at times. Yeah, change everything for me. Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, I'm going to make me and Alpine sound like a couple old timers. But, man, when we got into it, back in our day, me and Alpine hiked to school together, uphill both ways, 7 inches of snow in our bare feet during a tornado and a tsunami at the same time with poisonous snakes everywhere. Back in those days, like when you were trying to learn, figure stuff out, like if you got punched in the face because, oh, that was kind of a bad decision, if that decision was $2,000, well, that was $2,000 of your money gone. With the prop firm space, a $2,000 decision, and I always pick that number because with the take profit. So for the 50K, $2,000, if you lose that, that means you failed the test because that's one of the rules. You can't lose $2,000. But if you lose $2,000, that's not $2,000 out of your pocket like it was for me and Alpine back in the day. It's only the account, meaning, well, what did you pay for the account? Because that's what you're going to lose because they'll take the account away from you, which means, okay, it was only $102. So, I mean, I don't want to speak for Alpine. I think I can here, but prop firms were great because they reduce consequences. Back in the day, before prop firms, the consequence of a $2,000 dumb move was, well, $2,000 out of our pocket. The consequence now of a dumb move that you learn from is you lose the account, which means you lose $102. So I'd rather lose $102 compared to $2,000. So yeah, for all you young little kids out there, you don't know how good you have it. I just had a very bad week last week, and in props, I just lost some accounts, and stocks would have wiped out a month or two. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, so like a bad day for me, I've had a couple days where I've roasted three accounts. 3 accounts in the same day is like, I would say like I went on like tilt. Like 3 accounts gone same day. Which if you looked at the amounts that were lost, which in each of those accounts, like a lot of money. But given the structure of things, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, the amount actually lost compared to what you're seeing on your screen, I mean, night and day. So yeah, it's like I said, there's a reason why Pam's Plant, again, for anybody new, the argument to day trade futures through a prop firm is undefeated in terms of the best way to go about day trading this day and age. And I'm defining best as most efficient. Some people don't necessarily listen and they're like, well, I make money day trading options. It's like, well, that's not my argument. I'm not saying you can't make money day trading other things. I'm saying the most efficient way to go about day trading is day trading futures through a prop firm. Volume died. Yeah, kind of, but man, this 5 minutes looking kind of tasty. So I'm thinking about maybe another short here, but and I hesitated. Doggone it. All right, if it comes back up, I'll try a retest. I'm getting distracted by some good conversations here, and just reminiscing. But yes, for those that were around before prop firms and not necessarily futures, and I know a lot of you, but the one of the great inventions in the financial markets. So if I was back in school and I had to write, if I was going for my PhD where you have to write a big dissertation, I would write around the thesis that micro futures, the invention of micro futures, was one of the biggest game changing inventions in the financial markets. Micro futures changed everything because back in the day, even if there were prop firms, like I could not imagine telling some new trader, yeah, hey, go trade NQ. Like NQ, it moves very, very quick. But micro futures, game changing, because now people can get involved into futures in a very, very, manageable way. And I go right back to live when yeah, exactly. It's, again, I think anybody that's been around before before micro futures and then prop firms, like, you just get it. Now I am aware, and we talked about this quite a bit last week, but there's always a thing of like, what are you going to listen to? Are you going to listen to the ego or the math? People listen to the ego. They're like, well, you got prop losers. I trade my own funds. It's like, cool story. Like, tell me you don't understand the math without telling me you don't. Like, why would you risk your own funds if you don't have to? Like, yeah, I admit, if my ego is in charge, I think it's pretty cool to be like, I don't need prop firms. I have so much money, I can fund my own futures accounts. Losers. Like, that's the ego speaking. But the math speaking would be like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and not risk my own funds. Yeah, exactly, Jim. Back in the day, all of 8 months ago for you. It's always best to restart with the new. Yes, Philly, yeah. That's why around here we preach what we've come to call the racehorse model. Even if you have a pro account with Take Profit Trader, keep working on passing other accounts. Because what you want to avoid is this. If you blow a pro account, they'll let you reset it, but it's very expensive. And it is how expensive? Well, for the same price of resetting one pro account, you could go, I think, buy like either 5 or 6 test accounts. So what we advocate for, again, is just even after you pass an account, keep working on passing other accounts. Because the nice thing with Take Profit Trader is after you pass, there are no more monthly fees. So you can just, again, with the racehorse analogy, if the test account is your horse and then the pro account is your racehorse, as soon as you've trained a horse into a racehorse, aka you've passed the test, you can just store the racehorse in a stable at no extra charge. Other prop firms are going to be paying per month to keep that racehorse in the stable, not to Take Profit Trader. That way, if you do lose a racehorse, instead of having been tempted to repay and reset the pro account, which again, don't do. It's way too expensive. Then you can just grab the racehorse from the stable, plug it back in, and you can keep moving. So exactly, Philly, you do not reset a pro account, but you do have to think ahead a little bit. You have to be a little bit proactive. So yes, I think that, not to mention, if you're just trading one pro, for me, especially when I first got started, there were too many mind games. Like, I was trading scared because in my mind, I'm like, I don't want to lose this pro because if I lose it, I have to go through the test phase again. But now I don't have that fear because I know, like, okay, if I lose it, obviously not ideal, but I'm not going to have to go through the test phase again because I already have ones in the stable. So that is where I would argue, you always want to be even if you have your pro accounts, even if you have your racehorse, to still be working on some other test accounts to get those passed too, just so you can build up a reserve. Who brought up Sure Trader? I remember before Robinhood it was $7 no matter the size. Yeah. I see. As far as I'm aware, even Robinhood was not the first one. Zecco. If you remember Zecco, Zecco, they had a big old bright pink logo. They were the first Robinhood. But to give Robinhood credit, Robinhood was able to maintain the $0 fees. Zecco eventually, something, I don't know what they did from the business standpoint, but then eventually they had to charge, it was like, I can't remember, $2 a trade or something. Hey, Bald Eagle. But yeah, Sure Trader was just straight up like, what, didn't that turn out to be a scam? Or didn't their like owner go to jail or something? I don't remember. How many do I have in the stable? I don't know. I kind of lost. So too many. So when I went overboard though. So way back when the live stream started, people would ask me kind of, and I was pretty shady because again, it was an unknown theory at that point. I'm like, well, I'm trying some things. Well, in my mind, I was like, I want to get 10 in the stable. Before I start focusing on the pro accounts, let me get 10 in the stable. So that's what I did. I got 10 in the stable. Overkill. I'm not saying, well, the way to go about it is you have to get 10 pass accounts and then start trading pro. Now, I don't know what that number is though for people. Is it 2? Is it 3? I don't know. But for me, it helped out a lot with the fear of trading, right? I don't want to lose this account because if I lose it, I got to go through the test phase again. Or even worse yet, you lose it. And then because you don't want to go through the test phase again, you go and you reset the pro account for a crazy high amount. When if you're just proactive about it and you start planning ahead, then you can just keep on passing accounts. That way you're not trading scared and you're not tempted to reset a pro account. I reset my pro account last week. Oh, that's so just, yeah, that not smart. I'm glad it worked out for you, but you are in rare company. Alfonso, you are in rare company. You will find if you keep doing that, it eventually, the numbers are not going to work in your favor. I would encourage you to consider the racehorse model that I just talked about. A way more cost-effective way to go about all this. Yeah, it takes a little pre-planning. Yeah, it takes maybe a little extra time because you got to get some things passed. But once the infrastructure is in place, it is, numerically speaking, way more efficient. Again, I'm not saying the racehorse model works at all other prop firms. I'm only speaking specifically to Take Profit Trader because Take Profit Trader, once you pass an account, so once you pass the test, the per month, this goes away. There are no more fees attached to it. So it can just sit there and sit there and sit there. I have some accounts that were passed months ago, and I've not paid a single penny. They're still there whenever I need them, but I've not paid a single more penny. How can you show 2? Well, this is the same account. This is just the contracts I've traded. So same account, those are my NQ trades, and then this is my MNQ trades. I thought you could only have up to... No, you can only have up to 5 active pro accounts for copy trading. But you can pass as many as you want and keep them in the stable that you want. But yes, you can only have up to 5 active pro accounts. And then you can copy them if you want. Hey, Alfonso. Yeah, I'm working on my 3rd pro right now. Okay, good, Alfonso. Don't ever do that again. You're working against yourself when you're resetting pro accounts. I'm glad you made it back the next day, but please understand that's you were the first, and it sounds as though you do not regret doing that, but you were the first person I've come across that has been like, yeah, man, I regret resetting the pro account. What's your best advice for someone who's trying to learn enough to get focus on risk management? Don't focus on making money. I understand that doesn't make any sense. Trading has nothing to do with making money. Blind, drunk monkeys can make money. But can you hold on to the money? Can you grow the money? That's an entirely different question. And that's where risk management comes into play. So focus on risk management would be my best advice. For pro plus reason, it's so tempting because you don't need to make a buffer. But yeah, it is. The prop firms, they know what they're doing. Take Profit Trader knows what they're doing. And I will give credit where credit's due. It's very smart. They know you're emotionally upset. They know you probably don't feel like going through the test phase again. So they're like, you know what, let's offer them a chance to keep this account, but let's really bump up the price. Again, for the price of 5 or 6 test accounts, let's charge them for this one thing. I mean, it's smart, but don't do it. Be proactive against it, hence the racehorse model. You ever play any games of Warhammer? No. I like your name. By the way, there's a Patrick on Twitch that I see once in a while. That's like Patrick 101. That's pretty active. Is that you on Twitch on the AoE 4 stream? Oh, okay. All right. But no, the only games I ever played back in the day, well, not the only one, but the main one, yeah. I was an Age of Empires fan. Age of Empires 1 and 2. Yeah, the reset is $650 for the Pro. Right. So think about that. So for $650 for the Pro, and a test right now is 90 divided by 90 for the 25K. No. Are you sure? Oh, I'm sorry. You said the 50K. The 50K. All right. So 650 divided by 102. Yeah, so 6 accounts. So for the price of 6 test accounts, you could reset 1 account. Just downloaded Age of Empires 4 last night. Cool. Yeah, I'd like to get it, but my wife's a little worried that our kids are going to get like, which is true. I have an addictive personality. So she's like, the kids they're gonna get addicted. It's like, well, I totally see where she's coming from. I do. But I'd love to get the kids in it. Because those games do help you think, though. Like the professionals at those games, they're so smart. They're so smart at math and like logic and stuff like that. Because that's all that stuff is. Is ultimately you're just trying to figure out where's the edge in the math within, the game itself. And then, of course, yeah, they are very physically talented, too, to click buttons and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, exactly, Philly. Yeah, yep. That's the point. Age of Empires addiction is great. No. Disagree. Disagree. Now, if you could become an Age of Empires pro and that would lead you to make really, really, really good money, maybe. But no, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree that becoming addicted to any video game is quote-unquote great. All right, have a good one, Alpine. Thanks for swinging by. Yeah, when you're learning, goal should not be to blow up, should be passing because you have to learn how to... Exactly. Yeah, not blowing up is a good first goal, aka risk management. I've never used Tradeovate nor a prop firm for the evaluation. Do I have to show a stop when I enter a position on my chart? No, you don't have to do anything. Now for the 50K, broadly speaking, you're not allowed to lose 2,000. But it's not like you have to manage risk in a certain way. Like you don't have to show a stop. I mean, to be fair, you don't even have to use a stop. Now, if you're not using a stop, you're probably going to very struggle to pass the test. But yeah, you don't have to manage risk in any specific way. But broadly speaking, you do need to manage risk because there is this requirement that you can't lose 2,000. I guess I'm too old. I don't like playing any computer games. I mean, I don't know if that makes you too old, but like I said, for me, it's just the nostalgia thing of it. I'm sorry I'm late. That's okay, Lou. I've been busy damaging my progress on my own. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to hear. This is a relatively slow action right now, so that's why I haven't made a whole lot of trades. You know what? If I'm honest, no. That might have been a scalp win. But even that, I was thinking short here on the move back up, but broadly speaking, that would have probably been a losing trade too. So my read right now in the market is not so good. Good questions, though. Good discussion. That is, I know some, but just trade, Clay. Stop talking about this. We are still talking about trading, though. We're talking about the strategy of trading. Like the racehorse model is a broad strategy to trading. So maybe not trading per se, but relevant. All right, I'm going to try to get short there. I'm in. Short. Looking for a rejection up off of this pink line here, which is the 200 period moving average. And then on the 5-minute, we also have the 50 period, which last time it did reject the price back down. So will history repeat itself? We'll see. If it doesn't, I'll have a losing trade. Put a couple orders out there just in case it spikes down. Yeah, very basic premise here. It's rejected off that area before. Will it do it again? If it doesn't, well, then this will be a losing trade. Come on, come down. There we go. That's good. Come down some more. Come on. Come on. Come down some more. Again, could still be a losing trade. It will be less of a losing trade, though, now, because I've at least reduced position size and locked in some gains, but could still be an overall losing trade. But yeah, let's see if it wants to come down some more. Come on. Hit that next target. That'd be great. There is my next target. I'm long. I don't know. I've been struggling here a little bit, so I'm thinking you might be okay, but I'm just glad at least one target was hit so far. But that's always rough when it gets that close to hitting a secondary target, and it's like, nope, just kidding. But lovely candle here. Great candle. I'll take this setup all the time. Really, I should move my stop down here now to keep the loss a little bit smaller now. So there is my new stop. And again, still could be a losing trade. It will be a little bit more modest, though, because, again, I have reduced position size. I've taken off a small little... I got plenty of green on the day. Let's just keep it up there. Let's give this thing plenty of wiggle room. Clay, do you have daily bias? No, I don't have a daily bias, just because I'm not trying to figure out where I don't care where the price is going to be an hour from now. I'm just trying to figure out where I think this thing might be in the next 5-10 minutes. So yeah, I don't have that sort of overall bias, because as a scalper like me, those sorts of things are more so irrelevant. Now, if you're like a sway trader and you like to hold for hours on end, then I can see a daily bias being more important. But for my style of trading, it's just not needed. All right, come on down. Can you hit that next target for me? Come on. Oh, my goodness. Thank you. All right, let's make sure this is at least a winning trade now. So there we go. Stop is in green. So this will now be a green trade officially. My next target is right here, because I could very realistically see it bounce off VWAP. Just in case there's a big spike. Would love to get that one, though. That'd be great. And then if it does bounce off VWAP, oh well. That's perfectly fine in my mind. But at least, can you give me that one? That'd be pretty nice. And then if anything after that, I would just consider complete cherry on top. Oh, come on. Is it going to bounce right off the 21 instead? Come on. Oh, I'm being stupid. I should just take it right now. All right, there we go. Just in case it bounces. That is a very, very valid spot that it could bounce from. So, again, I'll put my stop basically, slightly in the green up here. So this will be a green trade. Now it's just a question of how big of a green trade, because we'll see if this thing wants to, potentially roll back over. But right here, like I said, I took that one off because this is a very logical potential bounce point. But hey, just because it's a logical bounce point doesn't mean it will bounce. So like the longs that are getting long here, I can see why they would be doing that, but as I would always say, no guarantees it'll bounce. So for that reason, from the short side, that's why I want to at least keep myself in the trade. Still got 2 contracts to let this work for me. Next target down here. I'm not really planning on getting it, but hey, I'd love to be wrong. I admit to having sway. No, that's fine, Maddie. There's nothing wrong if you sway trade. That's just not my strategy. I'm not saying that sway trading is wrong. I'm just saying that's not the type of trading I do. The thought of holding something for like 5 hours, but that's just me. That doesn't mean it's wrong. Just like I think some sway traders would look at me and think I'm like a crazy person for being willing to trade something for only 10 seconds. Like I said, if you're getting long here, I'm not calling you crazy. No offense. I hope you're wrong, and I hope it flushes to the downside. But I wouldn't call you crazy. I can see you thinking that it might bounce off that area. But yeah, with all due respect, I hope you just get absolutely destroyed and it dumps, and then you have to live under a bridge, with all due respect. No, I go live at 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday. 9:30, I devote for my private community. Yeah, 11. Well, usually I'm here a little early, but every day, Monday through Friday, the latest I'll be here is 11 a.m. I've scalped both ways, closed both. All right, well, I'm letting this thing, giving this thing a chance to maybe come down and test that bottom part of the range, but I'm trying to be a little bit more conservative with my next target right there. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. Uh-oh. I'm about to get stopped. We'll see. In some ways, I almost want to add some back in if it gets down through the VWAP, but I don't know if that's me getting a little too fancy. Because if we just accept the premise that this is the sideways range, do I really want to be doing anything right in the, don't diddle in the middle? That seems like that might kind of be diddling in the middle, which I don't think I really want to do. So, yeah, I'm just going to hold and let it kind of play out. And I mean, I would love being short for it to not only come down and test the bottom of the channel, but break down through. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to add. So again, I am short. I'm in the sweet spot of trading. Sweet spot just meaning that it's not a question anymore of if this will be a green trade. It will be a green trade. I just don't know how big because I don't know how far down the price is going to drop. Therefore, logic states I don't know how much money I'm going to make. So definitely in a very preferable spot of trading. Clay, do you find the fills to be worse when you switch from... No, simulated trading fills are definitely better. There are some traders out there that they don't want to go live because simulator trading has better fills, which is just true. I mean, that's just kind of the nature of it. Okay. All right, there we go. Come on down. Yes, do it. Do it. Okay, at this point, I'm going to move my stop down a little bit lower. Let's move it right here instead. So now worst case scenario on these final contracts, I'm making about 8 points. Come on. Even if it starts to get closer to here, I will move my stop down even more. But like I said, I want to give it enough wiggle room to try to make a journey down to there. But on the 5 minute, we have some potential issues for me as a short. Price right now is sitting right here at the 200 period moving average. So again, I could see that being a bounce point. So yes, on the 5 minute, I got some issues. 2 minute, it looks like it's clear sailing to the downside. But again, 5 minute, the reason why this is getting stuck here, even though it broke through here, is because, like I said, in the 5 minute, you got that 200 period. But yeah, the good news is that 200 period lets go. It could really create a nice bit of downside momentum. In fact, let me come bring that down a little bit more. There we go. There we go. Come on. Now let loose. Come on. All right, that's close enough for me to move my stop down some more. Now, worst case, I'm basically making 11 points on these final contracts. Abel, I'm not going to answer that just because I answer that question like 400 times every live stream, and from my mental health standpoint, I need to take a break. If somebody else wants to answer it for Abel, that's heard me say it, feel free. But no offense, Abel, but I've learned that sometimes I just have to not answer certain questions because once you answer them so many times, it's just like, oh, it's not good for my mental health to answer the same things over and over and over again. Come on. Little more push downwards. But yeah, again, Abel, no offense. Come on. Do it. You're so close, brother. Again, that is my next target. A nice flush to the lows would be... Hey, I would not complain about a flush to the lows. I'm actually quite tempted to move this down even further. Because look at the 5 minute. The 5 minute is just kind of like ready in no man's land for a little bit. My risk, all right, I'm going to do it. My risk here, though, is that it bounces right off the 50 period. But if it does, oh well. Still plenty green on the trade, but we'll see if we can get even more of a flush downwards. I think we can flush to the lows if we consolidate a bit more. Yeah, hey, I'm not going to complain if we want to flush to the lows. Those of you that are thinking that, I hope you're right. I don't know if that'll happen or not. I don't really care at this point, to be honest, because I'm already plenty green on this trade. But yeah, if you guys are right, that think so, I'm not going to be complaining. Hey, David, Merry Christmas. But looking like now I might get stopped out. Oh, so close. And I am stopped. All right. There we go. I don't even remember what that trade was. Where did I first get in? Did I get in at the... up there? Man, that was... I'm proud of myself. Usually I'm not holding that long, but man, I'm going to go ahead and pat myself on the back. Good job. Good job. Good patience. Way to let it work for you. Yeah, I'm short at 69.30 on ES. Because on Thursday I grabbed only 20 points. Yeah. Do whatever your strategy suggests you should do. Hey, we're 15 likes away from that next kind of key milestone of the halfway point. We're going for 300 likes. So if you are enjoying in any way, and if you're willing to hit that like button, it does help. So yeah, we are now 14 away from that 150 mark, which is the halfway point. So I know that something like that maybe doesn't seem like it's helping, but yes, something as small as hitting that like button actually does help support the stream quite a bit. Now, using code CLAY supports the stream even better, but hitting that like button does quite a bit. I'm long right where you went out. All right, Craig. Where's your stop at? Hey, thank you. 100. Oh, 153. Thank you. Where's your stop at, Craig? Question chat. I got approved for my first ever payout with Apex. Hey, congrats. And got the payment sent email on December 18th. How long does it take to show? Yeah, like I said, I am on team Take Profit Trader. I do have a code with Apex, though, code CLAY. So, but yeah, I can't. Oh, to be fair, he did say question chat. So yeah, I'm not going to be able to help you in that. Last low of the candle, tight. Gotcha. All right, Craig, hopefully it works out for you. So think about it. There were some times last week and a couple weeks ago where the distance between these lines, so from like here to here, notice how this distance is just 5 points. There are some days last week where that same exact distance was like 20 points, which just really shows how today is not so volatile. Hey, Futures Forever, good to see you. Nice green. Well, this started green, went red, now back to green. But I can foresee this number chopping around quite a bit because today's this action is not necessarily my cup of tea. To be fair, though, that trade worked out beautifully. Just because today, again, these distances are only 5 points. Last week, had I nailed that trade, that could have been like a 40, 50-point trade right there for myself. But on a less slower mover day like today, it turned out to be, I think, like 15 points that I made. I've never heard of that, Santino. But ultimately, you've got to figure out what works best for you. Trading is not like going to the store and going down the strategy aisle or the method aisle and then just picking a method. All right, I'm going to do that method. No, you got to figure out what's going to work best for you. And we all have little nooks and crannies within our trading that is going to be different from person to person to person. So just be very careful thinking that, don't treat trading like the store where you just go and you buy a method or you try a method or that's not how it works. We all gotta massage and maneuver and build something that works for our personal risk tolerance. Good job, Futures Forever. I'm from the UK. First payment with Apex setting up. My plane took a week, and then all their payments I got in 24 hours. Thank you, Hybrid. Appreciate you providing some support there. I feel like today is a day for new traders, nice and slow to get. Yeah, it's definitely one of those days where it's not going to catch people off guard. Because I'm just making this up, but like if you buy right there and you put your stop down here, then like on the chart you're like, okay, this is quote unquote the distance of from entry to stop, and then you extend that over here and you're like, oh, look at this distance. It's basically 5 points. But on other days, you can look at that distance and be like, okay, that's a super tight distance. And then if you forget to check how many points it actually is, that distance there could be like 30-point stop. And it's just, and then people get stopped out and their account gets roasted. They're like, how did that roast my account? It was such a small distance. Oh, wait, that small distance was actually 30 points. So yes, I agree. Like for the newer trader, and sometimes veteran traders forget to check that stuff too. Days like today are going to be a little bit more forgiving for sure. I know, Lance. I know. I can't play too much of a victim because I just had a good trade. Lance got short up here and then let it work, and I think I eventually got stopped out like right here. So I think I made on my final contracts 15, 20 points, but yeah. Yeah, this morning was really good out of the gates. Out of the gates was very quality movement. My main, so that right there on the NQs, I played this. So I was thinking about buying a pullback and never did, but as it bounced and bounced and bounced, I'm like, okay. So I think I got long right here. And then this movement right here was relatively a spike. So I as I do here quite a bit, I got long. I threw out some orders to sell just in case it spiked. And it worked out nice. It did spike up here. So right there, I didn't play it perfectly. It's not like I exited everything at the very top. But that was a pretty darn good trade in the sense of I couldn't have played it much better than what I did. So yeah, getting long here, because had I been wanting for more, yeah, that would not have been good. But yeah, that is where the majority came from. And then I did some MQ trading. I did start to catch the knife here, very small. So it was like $30 trade, $30 trade, $30 trade. But yeah, point being that this action here was all really solid. Can you talk about your indicators? I'm just using candlesticks and moving averages and VWAP. So pink line is the 200 period, simple moving average. Purple line is the 50 period, simple moving average. Green line right there is the 21 exponential moving average. So the EMA. Dotted yellow is the VWAP. And then, yes, these are candlesticks. And then over here is volume profile. So I use... what is my method? What is my strategy? The KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. I'm a baboon. I'm not smart, so I got to just keep things very simple. I know some people have 4,000 indicators. They have words that sound really cool, and they're very hard to say. They have 87 different syllables to them, but I'm just the baboon, so I got to keep it very simple. Is there a strategy behind the time you trade? Okay. Ball Beast, you interview me every single day. Have you gotten a prop account yet? Like you're starting you're venturing into Santos territory. We don't want you to turn into Santos or Sergio. I think we will be in this low vol move until the end of the year. Correct, Trader Bob. Yeah, I mentioned that near the beginning of the live stream. I'd agree. Okay, good. All right. Fantastic. So you're not somebody that's asking a million questions and then going to be like, okay, see you later. I appreciate that. So you are definitely not a Sergio then. Yeah, I've always enjoyed the open. So that, and there's no strategy. The strategy just me. I like, it fits my personality. I like the movement. I like to try to get done relatively quickly. The only reason why I'm trading right now is because of the live stream. The live stream has turned me into an afternoon trader, but given the history of how this all went down, the live stream literally was started by accident. And wait, what do you mean it started by accident? Just go back. I've left it off or left it up. If you go back in the archive and watch the first ever live stream, you'll see what I mean by an accident. So yes, that has really, over the course of time, I discovered that, yeah, people like to see trading. So I'm now an afternoon trader. Clay, is the open at 5 a.m.? No, each session opens at 6 p.m. So like the session that we're in right now opened on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. I don't talk in days because days cross over from one another. This session will end today at 5 p.m. Eastern. The next session will start an hour later at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you have many indicators, you can't see the chart, might be doing... Well, I agree, Brian. But then we look at Dan, and Dan's charts look like... I mean, like, how can you see anything, Coach Dan? But Dan crushes it. So it really just goes to show that everybody's a little bit different. But yeah, I could never look at everything that Dan's got in his charts. But in his mind, it makes sense. And that's ultimately, that's what matters. Bear flag 1 minute? No, I don't. Oh, I get, okay. I'm assuming you're talking about this as the bear flag. Yeah, I could see that as a bear flag. I mean, in my I'm just seeing more of a sideways chop channel, so I could see that bear flag kind of getting chopped to pieces, but I mean, it could work out. Hey, new to Clay, new to futures, and use your code. Thank you. Do you offer a paid course? I do, Brian, yeah. I'll send you a link here. I don't talk about it here much because I don't feel like caring about all the people that are like, oh, you're one of those guys. It's like, okay. And thank you, Brian, for using code Clay. That's kind, and you fed some hungry children. So yes, code Clay feeds hungry kids. If you're not aware, I have 6 kids, and I assure you they are hungry. So yes, if you use code Clay, you are going to feed hungry children. I was trading crypto, and that was a mess. The futures market was way more forgiving and has a lot more potential for scaling with the firm tools. Cool. That's great, B-Ball Beast. Yeah, no, you've been asking really good questions, and you ask a lot of questions, which is fine. But there does reach a point where if you become a Sergio, we had a guy that, I mean, question after question after question. And I spent so much time taking and answering all these questions. And then long story short, he basically was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And then it was just not good. He was the one guy that almost got me to quit live streaming. It was so disheartening because the amount of time I poured into that dude and then just to be brushed aside was just like, okay, I think this is a waste of my time. But anyways, you are not him. You are not him. You've already taken some action, and you've used code Clay, which I really appreciate. So yes, keep on asking away because you're asking good questions. I don't have any problem with that. Bunch of brains in this chat. Brian's. I'm sorry, Brian's. There are a lot of Brian's. Has Zooks been in here? Wonder how he's doing. Oh, I have not seen Zooks in a while. Zach, yeah. Zooks, are you in here? He probably would, if he was, he'd be talking. He's a chatterbox, which I like. I like people that show up and don't want to just, now obviously you're still welcome to be here, but I prefer the people that show up and like to talk because that keeps the chat lively. I got you, man. I'm looking to scale up to 150Ks and make sure I continue. Thank you. Yeah. 5 150K accounts is, very, I don't want to, make it, but you could do very, very well. I think you realize that too. But again, none of that doesn't make it easy. I'm not saying that, but yeah, 5 150K accounts. I mean, that is like that is like operating at pinnacle efficiency. But I guess that's an argument of how do you want to define pinnacle efficiency is ultimately do what works for you. So if that means it's 5 25K accounts, then you know what? You're at pinnacle efficiency because you're doing what works for you. But yeah, if you can pull off 5 150K accounts, yeah, there's a lot of potential there. I mean, even Brian Medina, not you, but the other Brian, he's got just one 150K pro. And yeah, he's I can't remember where he's at now. Up to 6,000 or 7,000 in payouts. Can't seem to. Have you traded it yet, Brian, or no? You're still waiting. So on the 5 minute, what we have here, and it's a big question. I mean, we do have. There's no doubt about it. We have a bear or a bull pennant. So if we just use look at that purple line, the 50 period moving average doing work. So if we use that as our upward trend line, and then we have this lower part right here, and then here is the move up. So for the golfers out there, let's put the golf hole down here. So here is the 5 minute bull pennant pattern. The issue though, and the kind of complicating factor is this is all happening in a downwards trend, right? I mean, if you look at the trend, and I mean, it has been moving down. So the question now is this bull pennant actually a healthy bull pennant? Or is this going to be one that falls to the downside? Which would not be shocking at all, because when bull pennants are forming in downtrends, that's not the same as a bull pennant forming in an uptrend. But it is a bull pennant, so I could still see it breaking to the upside. So that's where today, at least for me, at this moment in time, is really transforming to a big old question mark. Like, can this bull pennant be trusted? I have trust issues with bull pennants when they're occurring in downtrends. In fact, I err on the side of that. I think this thing will probably fail, right? Because failing would just simply be what it would do in the sake of the trend, right? So if you're trading the trend, I would assume that means you're thinking this thing will fail to the downside. But now we get into the nuance of trading. Well, that depends on how are you defining trend. If you're defining trend from something like right here, well, then technically speaking, this bull pennant is part of the uptrend. So that's where trading can get nuanced in a hurry. But that is ultimately kind of the big macro dynamic right now that, at least for me, is I'm looking, I see the bull pennant. I'd prefer to try to start to develop a bullish bias because it is a bull pennant. However, this is all occurring in an overall downtrend. So it's like, or is this, so I don't know, give me a 5. Did that explanation make sense about how, I'm not saying you need to feel like I do, but can you at least understand where I'm feeling kind of a little not sure what to think? Does that all make sense? That explanation? Okay, good. In my mind, it makes sense, but like I realize that, Clay, are you growing a beard? I'm trying. What do you think? Any feedback? I'm open to feedback. Future's forever. So if you think it makes me look like I drive around in a windowless van, I mean, let me know. So far, feedback has been good, but I am open to all feedback at this point. Yeah, do it. All right, I'll keep with it. Yeah, that's what I'm trying. If that's what I look like, then I'll have to shave it. But yeah, like if I look like I have a windowless van with, do you want to come pet the puppies and and spray paint on it? I don't think I'm going for that look. I like you shave more, but I don't matter what. No, my wife, she's on board. She's up for the experiment. Hey, William, good to see you. Beard is looking good, but you have the same effect mine does on camera. It looks like you were going too fast behind a slow horse. Okay. I've never considered what somebody might look like going, what did you say? You're going too fast behind a slow horse. I'm gonna have to think of that one, but okay. All right. I appreciate all feedback. I really would like try another short here, but the problem with the short is we have that low and that low, which could present me some problems. So it's more a question of maybe do I try to wait, see the price clears down through both those lows before hopping short? But if I put my entry, let's just say down here, and it's like, man, by the time it comes all the way down there, am I not chasing the price? So like I said, it's just nothing's really clean right now out here for me at least. Clay, when I turned into the live stream, I thought there was a Viking. Good. I like it, Frosty. That's what I'm going for. I like this look, this stuff. All right, thank you. Need a little just for men. Stop letting us all see how stressful trading is. What's just for men? What I don't get that. I mean, I've heard of it, but I want to say shampoo. Or is that like for balding stuff? Oh, hair dye? No, I don't think I'm ever going to do that. I mean, a lot of people compliment. They're like, ooh, I like the salt and pepper. And in fact, my wife, she likes the salt and pepper, so she would. And I don't know. I don't know if I use hair dye or if I use dye. Doesn't that make me a soy boy? Would that make me a soy boy if I start to use hair dye? I think that means I have to start to drink soy milkshakes. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to not be a soy boy. I mean, if you do use hair dye, I guess, I don't know, send me over what your favorite soy is. Do you have like a favorite tofu snack? Are you looking to short? I don't know, Abel. Man, Abel, I swear, dude, I just went on a huge explanation about this bull pennant in a downtrend. Were you here for that, Abel? About the bull pennant in the downtrend. Like I took out and I kind of went quite a bit into my mind. I'm a soy boy and proud. Hey, that's cool. If you're a soy boy and you want to own it, that's fine. That is fine. I could never be that. Oh, well, I don't know if dyeing your hair makes you vain. I don't know if I don't know if I'd accept that premise. Like, where do you draw that line? Like, do you brush your hair? For example, if somebody brushes their hair, does that make them vain? Like, or should people just roll out of bed and then just go to work, go to wherever without touching their hair? If they touch their hair, does that make them vain? I don't think you would say that. So all I'm trying to say is, where does that line of something become vain exist? I can't remember. We had to look it up. I did not know what that was, Mass, a few weeks ago, and then somebody told me, and then it described one of our mods here. So yeah, where does vanity start? Here's a philosophical question on the table as we wait to see what the price wants to do. Where does vanity start? Is using hair dye a mark of vanity? If yes, then it is also brushing your hair. Is that a sign of vanity? You should keep yourself groomed as a respectable gentleman. Yeah, but I don't know. Is that vain? What is it? I don't know. Can somebody bring the... Yeah, this could be an Ask Abby question. She's busy, though, right now. I might take a swing at it. You know, I'm not going to be intimidated by these lows. If they come to haunt me, then so be it. Yeah, okay. But no, I would push back. Brushing your hair is not like taking a bath or brushing your teeth, because you can make the argument, no, that's not vanity. That is literally helping my health. As far as I'm aware, whether or not you brush your hair has no impacts on your health. I could be wrong. All right, I'm in. All right, let's see if we can get some more momentum. Come on. Put my first target there. Next one there, just in case there's a spike. Brushing hair in the longer run makes your hair doesn't knot and become kind of Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm just throwing this out here as it's an interesting something I've never thought through. Like, at what point does something become vain? Like, if you're doing something for your health, then fine. I wouldn't say that's vain, unless you want to make the argument that caring about your health is vain. But I don't think anybody would say that. Yeah, if you do something and you can prove that it is good for your health, then okay, fine. But like, if it does nothing for your health, but it's just, for like combing your hair, brushing your hair, like, is that vain then? I don't know. Right now, I'm just getting irritated. I got suckered into this thing, piece of garbage. Again, as I predicted, this number here I think is probably going to be red, green, on the day, because this is just relatively choppiness, but picking your nose is great. I mean, therefore, I guess it's not vain. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I claim to have no. Right now, I would err on the side of dyeing hair is not vain, but I guess I've never really thought about it. Come on. Blue one is my short. Took it short here. That move, maybe. Okay, 5 minutes looking really good now. If this thing can come back down, man. 5 is looking really, really nice. If it can come back down, though, that is the question. If you can do vanity to escape vexation, go for it. Okay, you're operating at a different level of intelligence that I am. What is vexation? I've heard it before, but I guess I'm not still totally confident in the context. This is just, yeah, every move. It is very hard to time up any sort of quality move. Vexation happens when people say, I told you so. Oh, so it's like frustration? Annoyance? Hey, I want to get into trading. Do you have any tips? What kind of trading? Day trading or swing trading? Hey, Abby? We have an Ask Abby question. Okay. So we were talking about my beard, and then people said it looked good. And then some people said I needed to dye it. And I was like, no, that you like the salt and pepper look. And then somebody made the comment that dyeing hair is vain, which I don't think I agree with. But then the question becomes, when does vanity show up? When does something become vain? Because I said, if you brush your hair, does that make you vain? Yeah.
No, I think that's taking care of your body.
Okay, but then I said, like somebody's like, well, brushing your teeth or
that's taking care of yourself.
Well, yeah, no, brushing your teeth or shower. And I said, well, you can make a health argument there. Like, I can see you doing that for the good of your health, but as far as I'm aware, brushing your hair does nothing for the good of your health. So is that therefore not vain?
No, I think brushing your hair is good for your health. Otherwise, it gets ratted up and can get snarled and hurt your head and headaches. And...
Oh, okay. There we go. That's all we needed. We have our answer. There we go. You have answered it. That's true. A headache is not good for your health, and if you do not brush your hair, it can lead to that. So there we go. Ask Abby session 1. Answer. We've completed it. Thank you. Thank you. Who knew that I married Yoda? Did you know that?
Stop.
No, that's perfect. I buy that argument.
I mean, you've brushed your daughter's hair before when they haven't brushed it for days.
That's true. No, that's true. No, you incorporated health into it. No, you're right. Okay, so brushing hair is not vain because you can make a health argument because it can get ratty and
you can get rashes because you can't wash it well. And
oh, she's cooking. You can also get rashes because you can't wash it well. Woo! Good job. No, that's for real. I did not have any answers. That's good. Okay. Ask Abby, session 1.
There you go.
Okay. Come here real quick. Okay. Come here. Okay. Watch this number. Hit the like button if you think Ask Abby session 1 was good. Watch this number. We'll see. So again, if you thought Ask Abby episode 1 went well, there's a little delay, so it should hopefully jump. It should jump, hopefully. We got one so far. She thinks it's going to go down. Let's watch it.
Probably already know all that.
No. Okay, so these people prior to... Oh, look at that! Oh, it's booming! And all these... Yeah. Ask... Okay.
I am honored.
That means that you'll have to be back many times from now for Ask Abby.
Oh, boy.
But there we go. Okay. Look at that. Look at all these ones. 213.
Oh, ask what's your secret to handling 6 kids so well. Well, that's kind of you. I can't always handle them well.
Okay, okay. Oh wait, I'm gonna win and trade. I'm not even paying attention.
Okay,
I'm trying to feed the family.
Thank you.
I'm trying to get us Domino's tonight. Okay, let's focus.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.
Okay.
All right, children, come on out.
Bye-bye.
Come on. Hit that. Oh, here we go. First target. Man, this is... Ask Abby was a success. Now I got a winning trade. Let me put my stop right here to make sure this is a winning trade. There we go. Thank you, everybody. No, don't stop me out. Are you serious? Come on. Don't come all the way. All right. Stopped out. What a joke. Are you... I'll try to be positive. At least I got my first target hit. At least I was able to move the stop. But more importantly, Ask Abby was a... Okay. So here is why brushing hair is not vanity. Because if you do not brush your hair, it can get snarled up. And when it gets snarled up, it becomes harder to wash. And if you are not washing your hair and taking care of your hair from a hygienic standpoint, which is a health standpoint, that would be bad. So there we go. And not to mention, I guess you can get rashes and stuff like that. All right. There we go. Oh, now you come back down. What? Okay. That's just trickiness right there. That is just tricky action. Thank you, everybody, who hit the like button, though. That was great. That was great. Hey, TJP. Good to see you. How's your trading been going? They are absorbing even more clay. It's now up to around one of the contracts. These trades, time to develop, usually worth decent. Requesting to pay out tonight. Fantastic. I swear, women just, it changes things up a little bit, for sure. These trades, yeah, no, I get it, yeah. I in my mind, I gave that thing plenty of time. I realize, though, that Jacka roll, maybe it didn't seem like I gave it time, but, we all have our little nuances and strategies. How long have we been married? Oh, boy. 19 years? Yeah, I think next year will be our 20 year. Yeah. Because we were married in 06. Screwed myself out of a 2K payout last week. Oh, don't tell me that. That's brutal to just read and think about. I think we've all been there, though. $43 away and then blew the account. Well, keep your head up, brother. Keep your head up. Keep grinding, man. See, that's so disappointing. That just illustrates today, though. I mean, beautiful breakdown. Beautiful. And then for the next candle, for all that to be wiped away. Now, it's a little different if this comes down here and then it, kind of chops around and then slowly starts to curve back up. Okay, fine. But, man, when it's looking that good and then the very next candle is straight back up, that just, that scary action in the sense of that's just tricky to trade. What's your opinion on Apex? As a beginner to the space, Take Profit Trader has way better rules. Apex is they definitely have a thicker rule book. Now, at some point, if you are able to, you have Take Profit Trader, a fine, well-oiled machine. You have your 5 pro accounts and everything's operating, and then you want to expand out and continue to build your empire, then yeah, at that point, I would not call you a beginner prop firm trader. You would be an experienced prop firm trader, which is where, you can start to move into, some of these other areas. So just real quick. And that's what I think. So, again, beginner, which is, I know you are, stick with them. After this becomes a well-oiled machine, if you want to build your empire even more, then yeah, you have several other choices out there. Again, each of these are going to be dependent. Maybe some would fit you better than others. And again, if you want to support the stream, code Clay for any of these, which I really do appreciate it. And it really does. It feeds hungry kids. Code Clay feeds hungry children. I have 6 of them, and I assure you, they are hungry. They are hungry. I had the opportunity to have 130 payout. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. I remember that, Bald Eagle. But you know it's possible. You've been there. You know it's possible. Were you here for Ask Abby session, Bald Eagle, or did you miss it? Abby just dropped some good argumentation on us all. She solved one of our big quandaries. Whoa, almost 400 views. Yeah, on Friday we had like 550 at one point. Oh, you'll have to scroll back. That was actually Abby's first ever, I think, on camera appearance for the Ask Abby session. The last couple of weeks have been rough for most people. Yeah, the last couple of weeks have been on the trickier side. I only use Apex's cheap straight to funded accounts. Well, see, exactly, TJP, and that's why I would argue they're not good for beginners. Because their rules suck. Yes, exactly. That's what makes them not good for beginners. As a beginner, you need a very clean set of rules. Thank you, Indica. This market is so tough, hard to get any follow through, long or short. I mean, right now, sure, but to be fair, I did take a short here earlier. I got a nice follow through. Down it went. This morning was some really good action. I do agree. Right now, it's definitely slowed down a whole lot a bit. But this morning, though, it was, I think, not too bad. So yeah, ultimately going back to, remember we had the big discussion on the bull pennant and how I was leery about it. We had that, and then I think I drew something like that. So ultimately the bull pennant has seemingly failed. I'm not failed. It has failed. It's just a question of how bad will this failure get? Is this going to start to bleed things down even further? So yes, I am still bearish biased on it because of all that. Glad I didn't get too bullish biased on anything. You got married. Oh, cool. So you were also going on 20 years. Have 2 kids. Fantastic. Hi, same here. April? No, our anniversary is in September. That's RJ Anderson. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think, like, everybody is welcome, but I think the nature of kind of the rules around here, I think will probably attract a lot of people that are like been married for a while, have kids. I don't know, maybe some of you here are like, I don't know, dudes in your teens or like early 20s. I don't know if we're going to be that attractive to that demographic of people. We might be, I don't know, but I think, and maybe that's just a natural occurrence of that. That's me, married for 19 years with 6 kids. So like maybe that'll naturally be how the type of people will attract. But yeah, I don't know how popular this live stream will ever be to single dudes. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. They're certainly welcome here, but I don't know if when a single dude is like somebody talking about feeding their 6 kids, you know, if they're like, I want the Lambo. Why isn't this guy talking about Lambos? But that's also the fun part about the live streams is it's interesting to see how they build, how they grow, who you attract, 26 years in April and 4 kids. Nice job, Todd. That's good stuff. 27 single dude. How long? Okay, Patrick. Cool. Okay, but all right. So maybe it's like single guys with more so the old soul, like Patrick there. 32 years, December 4th. Awesome, Alan. Do age pool range. That's true. I could look at my stats. I think YouTube probably does have those stats. I'll have to check those out sometime. 26, but I do have 3 kids. Okay, all right. 30 years, 2 years. Yeah. Bald Eagle's the best looking grandpa I've ever seen. When you see Bald Eagle in person and he's like, I'm a grandpa, you're like, stop lying. He's like, no, I am. No women like you. Oh, I don't believe that for a second. Maybe if you create new trading. That's true. I could. 37 years, 2 kids. I'm trying to make lunch in a Pinto. No Lambo's hair. 31 single. Wouldn't want to hear about some guy and all his money and high-end cars. I'd rather. Oh, that's cool. Okay. All right. That's interesting. No, Philip Rivers makes me look like I don't even. What? Doesn't he have like 13 kids or something? Wow. Okay. We got some movement here. 5 minute. We are actually right up here at the purple line. And I point that out because the last couple of times we were up here, it got rejected. Does that mean it gets rejected again? No, there's no guarantees, but I would be terrified to get long right now, in my opinion. But yeah, this is a spike, no doubt. Did somebody... it's a spike, but this is a whopping 15-point move. Other days, last week, this would have been like a 60-point move. I love how wholesome the live is today. Are you saying some days it's not wholesome? Is that what you're saying? Well, we haven't really had any, Johans. Wow, okay. All right, let's see. This wants to make a push back up. There. I might try, yeah, not might. I am going to take a swing at it from the short side here. I'm going to try a short. Let's actually do this. Let's do a little bit of a fake breakout of that pink line. There we go. So I'm going to try a short at the red line there. Stop is up there. So I'm risking about 5 points on it. So I'll risk 5 points. Again, looking to get short at the red line. My stop is the green line. Maybe I should have just gotten short at the pink line, though, instead of trying to play the fake breakout. That's always the decisions we have as traders, right? Do you play the rejection right at the area? Do you try to play a fake breakout? Right now, looking like I'm potentially have chosen wrongly, but we don't know. I don't know. It might still work out. That's a problem. That's why books don't work to teach trading, because books will show you a picture and then say what you should have done with hindsight already in your favor. But that's not how trading works. Trading is this right now. I don't know. Do I change? Should I be getting short here? Is it going to reject, or do I still try to play the fake breakout? In fact, now I think I'm going to try to raise this up a little bit more on the fake breakout. Put my risk at 4 points. But I don't know. Again, maybe I should not have done that. This is why trading's hard. Okay, here we go. Maybe, and to be fair, maybe I shouldn't even be getting in at this red line. Maybe this thing's about to explode upwards and stop me out. Well, if that's the case, then it is what it is. Oh, I think I would have been filled on my original fake breakout area. So maybe I should have adjusted that. But I'm also just wondering, is this going to turn into some slow, steady, straight up grind? I mean, I guess if it does, then so be it. I'll take a 4-point loss on it. It is what it is. Gold is on such a tear. Is gold have another good day today? Agreed, George. Yep. Books, if you want to read and learn more about psychology, yeah, trading books on psychology, I can see having some value. But other than that, no. That is the move I was looking for. Now with this pullback, that kind of resets everything. So I'll hop out now. I think I would have been okay. Where was that? Oh, man. Uh-oh. I don't remember where that first... I don't remember that. Do anybody remember? Where did I have that entry before I moved it? Still holding short. All right. You are really trusting it short. The 5 minute right here, I think, has started to distort any sort of shorts. But, again, to be fair, maybe this candle is about to epically fail back to the downside. 18. Oh, that does sound something right. Something in the 18s. Would I have been filled there? Oh, I would have been filled. And then I would have gotten this move down, 18 down to, oh. So that would have been a nice entry point. I don't know if it would have been a huge winning trade, but it would have at least gone down and let a couple targets get hit. The RR is worth the trade. Don't mind if I stop out. Cool. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're good with the risk, and if you get stopped out, then it is what it is. Next area I'm interested in a potential short is at the dotted brown line here, which on is a pivot point. So maybe it might find some resistance up around there. But at this point, it is now put behind a lot of the other major levels, at least as far as I'm concerned. It's put behind the purple line now, that 50 period SMA, put behind the pink level, the 200 SMA, put behind the dotted yellow, the VWAP, put behind the green line there, the 21 EMA. There are so many just right on top of each other right there, and it cut right up through them. So, yeah, we'll see if it just continues to slowly grind upwards or not. Looks to me like it's breaking the previous trend of it. Yeah, I could see that. Depending on your trend line, yes. This movement here, I could certainly see breaking some trend lines. Hey, Clay, why won't the pivots show on the 2-minute? I don't know. Sometimes they do show up, it seems like. But I'm not sure why. How did I even get pivots on here? Maybe it was indicators. Channels. Pivots. Wait, do I not have them turned on? Huh? Oh, yeah. And they still not showing up. I don't know. It's a good question. Waiting for some kind of short to materialize here on ES. This is a weekly level, so I'm waiting for... Cool. I love it. So you like the 30-minute and the 5-minute. Okay. We're all a little different. It's always fun to hear what people are using. Okay. We're approaching that pivot point on the 5-minute. Whoa, we just spiked up there and right... Look at that. Right off of it. Shoot, I should have thrown an order out there. That would have been amazing. Zoom way out. Like, how far out do I have to zoom to see them? All right. Dang, that would have been such a nice entry. I mean, this doesn't mean anything now because it's totally hindsight, so I 100% understand if you're like, sure. But I promise, I really was. I'm like, man, I should probably just throw an order out there just in case there's a spike. But I get it. Like, yeah, I'm sure sure you were. Fair enough. Works for me. Yeah, I don't know, Mac Trades. Yeek. That's a... So I am not interested in going long here on the 2-minute. I realize it's pulling back. The reason why I'm not interested in going long right now is because think about the context of going long. We just had that strong move up. And right now on the 5-minute, that whole move is failing. Do I really want to be going long on what seems to be a failing move? Maybe you see it differently and that's fine, but that's what's got me kind of a little hesitant here. Took that long after the candle closed above pink line. This one right here, you got long? If so, good trade. Nice job. Man, again, I talked about it earlier, but So this distance from these numbers to these numbers, right now, look at those, that's a difference of 5. So in futures terminology, 5 points. Last week, a lot of days, that distance right there was like 20 points minimum. I think a couple days, or was that 2 weeks ago? But there were some days where like that distance right there could be 50 points. And on those, it's like, okay, trading is that's almost too volatile. But today, 5 points. So right here, you'd be like, oh man, it exploded. Well, let's consider this. This quote-unquote explosion, it started here at, I don't know, just keep the math easy. Let's call it 695. And what up as high as right here. So let's call it 730. So that explosion was 35 points. I mean, don't get me wrong. 35 points, that's respectable. I'm not saying, but last week, this movement here, that could have been like a 100-point move. This is, I'm trading a 150K account. Okay, so here now on the 5-minute, what I was talking about is, why I didn't want to get long was because that move seemed to be failing. So if this wants to pull back to that purple line, I would be definitely very interested, just based on a simple concept that in levels of resistance, so confirmed as resistance are broken, they tend to act as support. Keyword there being tend to, not guaranteed to. So don't go grab your kid's college tuition fund and be like some beautiful guy I saw on YouTube said that the price was guaranteed to bounce from there. That's not what this beautiful guy said, okay? I am beautiful, I accept that, but I reject the notion that I said that I'm guaranteeing it to bounce off the purple line, okay, at 709, okay? I'm going to throw a buy order out right there. We'll see if we can get a bounce. Just put my mortgage long, that a boy. What is purple line? The 50-period simple moving average. Again, purple line is the 50-period simple moving average. Okay, Lou, once again, my friend, our intellectually slow person. You are very far behind, Lou. We had that conversation probably 15 minutes ago now. So, Lou, by the time you hear this, you're going to want to grab the scroll bar and drag it to the right because you are very far behind right now. You're not anywhere close to being live. Again, I'm looking to get long at that green line there. Maybe looks... Now, I like it a lot because think about it. On the 5-minute, we have some good stars aligning here, right? So on the 5-minute, we have the purple line being right there. On the 2-minute, we have now the 21 EMA starting to creep up. So a nice little kind of cross-check, we got some star alignment. Now, that does not mean that the trade will for sure work out, but it does mean it's something I'm willing to take a risk on and take a swing at. A lot of people have been drawing cash against their home for investing. I'm not saying I doubt that, but like, is there like a statistic out there? Because a lot of people, well, by definition, that is a lot. I could see some people doing that, but that's also super risky. But like, did you get that from a stat, Lance? Do you feel like a college education can help with trading? Nope. I used to watch your videos like 2 years ago. I haven't seen YouTube. Dude, that's wild. Well, I'm good to see you, C. Groff, but that's one of those discouraging things. Like, I don't know what I did to irritate the YouTube algorithm, but like, yeah, and I've been live streaming now about 10 months. So for somebody like you that used to watch me a few years ago and now you're just figuring out that I'm live streaming, it's like, I'm sorry, YouTube algorithm. Whatever I did to upset you. But I guess on the bright side, finally, I'm glad they finally showed you. Or showed you that I am live streaming. I just noticed a ton of different people in trading streams have been talking about it. You mean like the live streamers? Hey, Vlad, good to see you. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. I just don't understand the live stream or the algorithm. I do think that do you like the short? No, I'm right now thinking of the long. I could be wrong though, so I'm not saying that for your strategy that there's not a short there, but for me, I'm looking for a potential long here at the green line. Okay, I'm in long. Whoop, in long. Come on. There we go. Got one off. Took another one off. Maybe this should just be more of like a scalpy scalp. I'll let it play ball a little bit. All right, I'm going to hop out. Small loss. I'm going back to the drawing board because now I think it might want to just drop down to the VWAP here at 01. I'm going to try a long down here now instead. So I think I lost like $6 total on that one. Oh, well. Your live always pops up after another live stream. So hopefully cool. Good, yeah. I think live streaming has a lot to do with consistency. It's almost like YouTube is checking. Let's see how consistent you remain. Because beforehand, like I would constantly, like it would bring me up and almost stop me at like 300. It would not like, I just couldn't get more than 300 concurrent viewers. But then it was like all of a sudden the algorithm was like, okay, you're still here. You're still doing it. All right, we'll open it up to some more people. All right, I'm in. See if we can get a bounce. I mean, this is a very congested point on the 5-minute too. Put a couple orders out there in case it wants to start to bounce. I mean, check out the 5-minute. We have so many congestion points right there. Doesn't mean it'll bounce, but I mean, goodness, I don't think I'm crazy to think that there's at least a chance it could bounce. Now, I've had opportunities at the scalpy scalps, but I'm trying to go for a little bit more than a scalpy scalp here. Not to mention ChatGPT. Yeah, I've heard that with certain searches, ChatGPT is recommending me, which is kind of cool. I don't know, or scary. Man, is this thing just going to roll right back over? Like the slow and steady bleed to death here. Come on. I don't know. I should probably be lightening the load here a little bit just in case. I had the chance to lighten the load. I didn't take it. $691.50 bounce. I hope it doesn't go down there because that's going to put me quite a bit underwater. I was thinking that it was going to bounce at least a little bit more than what it has off this massive congestion. I mean, there's so many moving averages and VWAPs and stuff right there. But as of now, it's not seemingly caring about it. But, you know, nothing's going to necessarily always bounce directly off an area. So you got to give things a little bit of wiggle room and be patient with it. And that's what I'm trying to do right now. Okay, those are 3 letters there I don't want in here. And I am long at the blue line. Bought this pullback. Took one loss right here. I was like, all right, I can always get back in. I try to reposition myself at the blue line here, and even this one is not really working out. It just doesn't seem to care about any of these moving averages right now. All right, well, I got to put my line in the sand somewhere, and yeah, I got to just get out now. All right, well, two losing trades in a row trying to buy this pullback here. But when you buy a pullback that is apparently not a pullback and a reversal, that tends to happen. Right? I mean, I thought it was a pullback. I was wrong. It was apparently a reversal. But I don't know. It is what it is. That's hard movement there. If anybody shorted up here, though, congratulations. You're getting paid very nicely. Took loss on the pump and dump. Yeah, I'm with you. I took some losses here on the dump. The thing is, well, I don't even know if I would call it a dump. Like, and we all define dump differently, but like for me, a dump is like a couple of candles just down. But like this is just like a slow torture chamber. Like this is like a methodical torture chamber. Good job. Good job with the short. It's coming back to 690. We'll see. Hey, do we have 8 more likes out there? We are the goal is 300 likes. We're at 242. So if we can get 8 more likes for the time being, that puts us at 250. But yeah, if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually helps out quite a bit. So if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be fantastic. Around 690 is the bottom of the range. Yeah, a lot of people keep talking about 690, which is fair enough. I guess apparently I got too fancy for my britches and thought it'd want to bounce here, but it didn't. Therefore, I had a losing trade. 2 losing trades in a row, actually, like I said. First one was, I love that entry point, too. I thought for sure that was going to be like at least a scalpy scalp, but no. And then right there, I bought again. That moved down, took me out, no. But like I said, when you're buying a pullback that's actually a reversal, you're going to have a losing trade, if not multiple losing trades. Just like if you short a bounce that you think is a dead cat bounce, but it's actually a full-blown, especially the V-shaped reversals. Yeah, if you're short, you're going to have a losing trade, if not multiple losing trades. I'm thinking about the 90 mark. Like for the people that brought up the 90 range, I can see that. Like down around here, 88-ish, 90. I could see that being an interesting long. So I might take another swing at it. Like I said, I have done my macro risk management. So this is all from the same account. So I'm going to be green on the day. So like if I go and I risk $100 on a trade, okay, if I'm wrong, whatever. I still know I'm going to be plenty green. Now if I go and risk $1,200, that would be kind of bad. Because that if I'm wrong on a $1,200 risk trade, well, that means I've just set my entire day red. So remember, everybody, risk management starts with the macro risk management, and then let your macro risk management drive your micro risk management, meaning the micro risk management is how much am I going to risk on this individual trade itself. I literally started following you back in 09 when we printed big on the, oh my goodness, you are old like me then. Yeah, in 09, yeah, that's a long time ago. Yep. So yeah, you were following one of my older channels then. You were probably currently yelling at kids right now to get off your lawn. Yeah, if you remember me and you followed me from back in 09, I can guarantee that you are currently on your laptop, on your front porch, yelling at kids to get off your lawn. I do like Indica. He thinks I'm a funny guy. He does laugh at a lot of my jokes. So Indica, I'm glad you're here to laugh, to make me feel like I'm a funny guy, even if I'm not. But that's cool. I'm glad. When did it? Okay, so he just, see, what is going on? There is something. So here's somebody that followed me from 09, and he's just now discovering that I'm live streaming when I've been live streaming for 10 months now. That's crazy. So I think there is something to it where YouTube is like, It's putting me to the test. Let's see if you want to remain consistent in the amount you live stream. The more consistent you are, yeah, the more we'll share with your former audience. Okay, so Cash, yeah, you're old. So that's just my theory. You have been hidden. Yeah, I don't know how it works, but are you full-time? Oh, full? No. I don't believe in full-time. Let me put it this way. I'm not saying there's no full-time traders, but no, I'm not a full-time trader. I call myself a full-time income stream creator. And before you go and say, well, I know so-and-so, they're a full-time trader, who are you naming? If you're naming me somebody with a YouTube channel, good for them. They're not a full-time trader. They're making money from their YouTube. Maybe they're making money from affiliates. They're making money from selling t-shirts, which is great. I have nothing against that. I applaud them. They're full-time income stream creators. But like I said, I have 6 kids. I could never, if I had to trade and my only source of income was from trading, that pressure would pop my head like a pimple. I could not imagine having to feed 6 kids, keep the lights on, pay property tax, all that sort of stuff. I could never imagine that just solely from income from trading. So, like I said, every wealthy person I've ever studied has one thing in common, and you don't have to trust me. You can go research this on your own. But I'll spoil it. What you'll notice is, whoa, what was that? Well, I'm glad I didn't see. And for the record, anybody that got long there, I get it. I can see that. That makes perfect sense. It's bounced from there before. Hey, I could see it. Maybe you bounced from there. That is just brutal action that it just did to the longs. Probably just stopped them all out. That was rough. Clay's a part-time male. Only for my wife, man. Only for my wife at this point in life. But, yeah, anyways. So all wealthy people I've ever studied, one thing in common, they all have multiple streams of income. So, and that's what I encourage every one of you to do here. Never make it your goal. I want trading to be my only source of income. I think that's borderline impossible because there's too much stress that you're going to find on yourself. I think the better strategy is let me make trading part of a multi-income stream strategy. I do not have a day job, nope. I've been self-employed since 2008-ish. But at the end of the day, there's no such thing as being your own boss. Like in many ways, all of you here are my boss. Yeah, I'm trying to grow a live stream, but if I don't listen to you and your feedback, what you like, what you don't like, and I just go do my own thing, well, that's not gonna go very well for me. So even if you have your own business, I assure you, you are not your own boss. Your customers are now your boss. Your customers are gonna tell you they're gonna boss you around, right? So in some ways, yes, I'm my own boss. But in other ways, you guys are all my boss, which is why I like the feedback. And feedback's not always the easiest thing to hear, but it's a good way to build a business. So I tried to explain this recently to someone, even if you work for yourself, you definitely don't work for yourself. Nope. You work for the customer at that point. Hi, Clay. I'm a nice boss. Well, good. You're a great... Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear that I'm a good employee. Well, you ran a trading room for a while, right? Yeah, and I still run the trading room. That's one of my streams of income. Yep. Claytrader.com is one of the streams of income. Player one. Well, good. Welcome. Good to have you, Player One. Thank you for the question. But yes, I'm not poo-pooing on any other live streamer or any other social media figure. But like when people are like, well, so-and-so is a full-time trader and you're not, it's like, well, the person you just listed, I assure you, they are not a full-time, they have all sorts of streams of income. Like, good for them. They're on my team. They're a team, multiple streams of income. I want all of you to be on that same page. So that's why I say never let anybody make you feel bad if you're trading with a full-time job. I applaud you because in my mind, hey, you already have one solid form of income and now you're working on developing another stream of income. So yeah, maybe someday you want to quit that job as a stream of income, but what I would promote to you, what I would encourage you to do is build multiple streams of income, not just trading, but other ones so that you can make that happen. Whether that's a side hustle or, I mean, I'm just all about multiple income streams. I mean, I literally bought farmland in Iowa because it's like, okay, there's another income stream because I rent out some of the land to a farmer. So like I am all in on multiple income streams. But I'm a baboon, right? I'm not here to invent the wheel or reinvent the wheel. I'm just like, hey, those people are really wealthy. Let me study them a little bit. Oh, huh. Yeah, that's interesting. I noticed they all have many streams of income. It's almost like diversification is a good thing, right? Including income streams. Uncle Sam is the boss. Yeah, at the end of the day, Uncle Sam is sort of the boss. Yeah. Nice job, Brian. Good trade. Well, right now, I admit that I am as confused can be. Because I really like that. I mean, think about it in hindsight. I really, really like that entry point. It looked great from the 5-minute standpoint. It looked great from the 2-minute. And in hindsight, that was a terrible entry point. Like, that was almost just the beginning of this downwards move. And then I tried again on the long side right there. To be fair, I could have scalped out for a little gain, but I was looking for more of a bounce. But now in hindsight, that wasn't even close to being the bottom. But think about how tricky it is. Then we had probably some longs get suckered in with that nice little candle. Nope, that turned out to be bad. Then we had some people get suckered in down here thinking that might be a nice long, but then you had this big old spike down below it. So this is just pure trickiness. Like if there was ever tricky action, I think a lot of people are struggling. If you are somebody and you got short up around here and you've been following, I mean, congratulations to you. I did not see it that way per se, but you did, and well done to you. But if you've taken some losing trades, hey, I'm right there with you. And I argue we followed logical trade plans, but this is just hence why it's tricky action because it just didn't work out. I'm confused, but there is a gap to fill. Well, I mean, yeah. I really wish trading was that easy. Oh, there's a gap up there. Therefore, we know for sure it's going to go close that gap. No, gaps do not have to close. Now, do gaps tend to close? Sure. But sometimes they don't close until days, weeks, months later. But no, not all gaps have to fill. So yeah, just because there's a gap to fill, that doesn't mean anything per se. You know what I mean, Jose? Short here. Love it. Love it, Dragon. Somebody that's given a trade plan in real time. Nothing but respect. Gap fill at 597. Yeah, I don't even know what would technically be the gap fill point on NQ at least. Does anybody have that number off the top of their mind? They do fill, but you just don't know when. No, I mean, not always. I'm sure if I cared enough, I'm sure there's a gap somewhere on the chart that has never filled. You know? I have no problem conceding that, yeah, gaps do like to fill. But, like, do they always fill? Nope. But to your point, and not to, even if we conceded that they do fill, I mean, when do they fill? How crazy and snappy does the price action occur before it fills? Yeah, fine. Most of the time, fine. But most of the time is not all the time. But even if, like I said, even if we just advance the market and assume that they always close, I mean, that's still a very tricky situation because, I mean, are they going to take 3 days to close or 3 hours or? $6.28, gotcha. So what I am tempted for a short, but on the 5-minute now, I don't want to be getting short right here in this lower shadow part of the hammer candle on the 5-minute. Because what this candle here is representing is buyers, right? That's what created that lower, that was pretty terrible drawing. But what created that lower shadow are buyers pushing it back up. So on the 2-minute, it does look interesting for a short. But then when you consider on the 5-minute that, okay, technically you'd be going short down in this area that, you know, had buyers that push it back up. Again, for me, makes me a little queasy. I don't think I'm going to do it. To be fair to you, maybe you see something else and you're like, no, Clay, I'm an independent thinker. I reject that reasoning. I'm going for it. Go for it. Hey, futures forever. Keep in mind, I operate under this policy that I have 6 kids. At any moment, most of them are reading or learning to read. They could come in, read the chat. I'm not sure exactly what you're hinting at, but keep that in mind. Capiche? Whoa, okay. All right. There we go. So once more, again, tricky action. I can see people wanting to get long. That's a beautiful hammer candle. But at this point, nope, didn't care about the hammer. Went down, put in new lows. So now we have some more longs. For sure, there is at least, I don't know if anybody's here per se, but there's got to be some longs that got suckered in by that hammer. That moved to the downside. So this is getting very, very tricky. Yeah, well, what do you mean by that, futures forever? Would you explain it? If my kid said, what does that mean? How would you explain it? Yeah, could you explain it and keep would you want to explain that to a young kid? Futures forever? Again, I'm not even quite sure what you're getting at, but I'm assuming it's something that you probably... No, I definitely would not explain that to a young kid. I didn't ask if they would understand. All right. Okay. Maybe I am taking it the wrong way. I assume there was some sort of innuendo there, but maybe not. Anyways, if I'm taking it the wrong way, fair enough. What channel is this? Yes, like I was saying earlier, dude, I'm a father of 6 kids, married for 19 years. I'm like some old, like, boring guy. If you're looking for, like, the single young dudes that are like, we're going Lambo shop. I mean, that's not going to be here. Maybe one day I'll take you skid steer shopping. I do want a skid steer. No, I see. That's the thing. Hoda, I can't always stay focused on the trades. I would drive myself insane. If I talked about trading for 4 hours straight, because usually every live stream is 4 hours, I would go insane. I do like some rabbit holes. I do like to trail off and talk about random things from time to time. I do hear you, though. I do hear people like, dude, this is a trading live stream. Let's just talk trading. I can't. For my mental sanity's sake, I would never make it 4 hours if I had to talk trading every second. Enclosed cab, heated for the winter, AC for the summer. Yeah, that's something I want to get. If you're not familiar, we moved to Iowa. We're building a homestead. We break ground on the house this spring. We're not finished. We're close. We started with the pole barn, which turned out very, very nice. But yeah, listen, I know some traders, they're after the Lambo and the Malibu mansion. Man, I'm just after some chickens, a skid steer, maybe a goat, maybe a dairy cow if we really go big. I don't know if I want to wake up that early and milk a cow, though. But, like, that's what I'm after. I'm after the homestead, like, the garden lifestyle. Like, go out, play in the streams with the kids. Like I can't wait for morel mushroom hunting this spring. So that's kind of my jam. So if you're here, like, looking for the dude that's, hey, if you are after the Malibu mansion, cool. Go for it. I hope you get it. You can put a pond anywhere. Get a mini digger. A mini engine will change your life. All right. Yeah, once we get closer to all that, I will definitely seek out some thoughts from the chat. We're right there with you, Clay. Already have the land, barn, house, tractor, now trying to replace work. Awesome. Nemo? How do you say your name? Man, that looks like a cool name. Nemo? Either way, I like it. That's a cool name. Nemo. Oh, that's cool. Well, that's awesome. What state do you live in? I guess I'm assuming you're in America. Tennessee, cool. So I'm thinking short right now that this is a dead cat bounce, but my confidence is a little on the rocky side right now, given how kind of crazy today's been with, for me, this has just become very tricky. Eating, AMD, living clean, great move for your family. Yeah, we're excited. I don't think there's any, I mean, I'm not saying this is the only way, but I think a very good way to raise kids is in like a farm, homestead type environment. Like, I'm not opposed to video games, but like, my kids will need to be playing outside. Live stream skid steer shopping. Yeah, who knows? Maybe. All right, I got to take this short. I don't know if I'm just getting suckered in. Maybe I am again. So with the way things are going, I would probably be getting long right now because the market seems to be doing the opposite of what. So I'm looking to get short here. So if you want to be smart, it might be wise to get long if you want to make money. This seems to be turning into a do opposite of me. Okay, I'm in. Beautiful candle. Can we get some continuation? Blue line is my entry. Put a couple orders down there just in case there is some sort of sudden spike. Tobia is long. All right. I do realize, yes, I've had the opportunity at a scalpy scalp already, but I'm just going to let this one play out. Let's go up. Well, I say let's go down. As a short, I want the price to go down. Hey, Con. Good to see you. Do you have a lifetime membership to your private chat room? Yeah, that's part of my mentorship. Including the mentorship, not only all the courses and all that sort of stuff, but also is a lifetime membership to the community, Con. Yep. All right, I'm short. Blue line is my entry. I mean, I could not ask for a better candle than that on the 2 minute. I couldn't ask for a better candle. Now it's just a question of, does that candle want to deliver for me? But today has been so tricky. Are you serious? That it might not. You know what? I'm going to add 5 more. If this thing comes down here, I'm going to add in 5 more right there. Short. Only if it comes back down, though. Because that would be an amazing looking setup if I'm able to get filled, but it looks like I'm about to get stopped. Yeah, it's true. Like I said, if you wanted to make money, I guess you should have gone long right there. That is wild. So I'm still in by the skin of my teeth. That would be amazing if this thing came all the way back down here to... Got out? All right, Tobia. Good job. Congrats. What is it? This is not an SMA. This is an EMA. That is the 21 EMA. You must be on a 3 minute. No, this is the 2 minute I'm on. I do have the 5 off screen, but again, that red line there is where I will add some more. Another, not as good of a, but still a nice candle here. Back-to-back candles in this downtrend. I like the trade. And we'll see if it works out. Trying to be patient. Blue line is my entry. Red line, I am looking to add in 5 more at this point. To really try to trust that this thing wants to make a move down. But I'm not asking for much. Just give me one of these big spiky spike candles. Okay, I added. Come on. Let's see if we can get this thing keep coming down. Come on. Okay, got that out. Let's see if I can get some more out. Come on. Look at the 5 minute. I mean, you really can't ask for a better candle than that on the 5 minute. Come on. There we go. That's out. Come on. Give me some more. There we go. All right. That one's I don't know. I shouldn't have gotten out. All the trickiness has got me kind of so for the record, now even if this thing goes straight back up, it'll look like I made the right decision, but for the record right now, before we know what happens next, that was the wrong move on my part. That was a wrong move. Now, should I have taken out a couple more? Yeah. But I should not have exited completely out of the trade. That was bad. Again, for the record, even if this all of a sudden goes straight up, doesn't matter. Still a bad move on my part. Again, Hodalicious or whatever your name is. Maybe for you. But remember, we all have our different things. So I get it for you, maybe trusting the 5 and 15 minute. But we all got to make sure we don't suffer from the world revolves around me-itis. What maybe you believe you need to trust. I accept that for you, trusting the 5 and the 15 minute, that's what you should always trust. But we all got our little different things. The world does not revolve around any one of us in particular. So we all got to figure out what works best. Nah, it's not your fault the market making trades have trust issues. I mean, yeah, again, that's why. But that was still a bad move. But that is why I did it. I'm just like, okay, is this thing about to just snap back up? But I should still be in the trade because the 5 minute is still a beautiful candle here. Even the 2 minutes still looking good, but bleh. Blue 3 funded last week, past 150K today. Good job. Waiting for New Year. Yeah, I wonder how many people are done trading for the year. Is anybody here done trading for the year? You're just hanging out, but you're not even going to do any more trading until the New Year now? I know we have a couple people in my mentorship that are, they've done very well, and they're like, no, I'm done for the next couple of weeks. Indica. I'm just adding to my long terms. Okay, so yeah, you're done day trading then? Back trades is done last day tomorrow for me. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to rain on people's parades, but next week, don't plan on it being a whole lot better per se, movement-wise. I'd be trading. Yeah, I know Ty. We all know Ty's got problems. He's trading the London session. Yeah. Well, you can because the markets open up Christmas at 6 p.m. Eastern. So good news, Ty. There you go. Oh, which does remind me. I think I'll probably do a live stream tonight or tomorrow as a test because I got a whole new rig so I can live stream on the road. So I was at Best Buy on Saturday night getting stuff all figured out. So I think I have it figured out, but yeah. So if you see me pop up, come swing by, let me know how the quality works. But new here, what type of strategy do I use? I do what's called the KISS method. The KISS strategy, keep it simple, stupid. I'm a baboon. I'm not smart. So I just like to use candlesticks, some moving averages, the VWAP, and volume. And then tread and I like tread lines. And then after that, yeah, I have nothing. I don't have any cool sounding concepts or words or indicators because I'm very stupid. So I need to keep things simple. So I'm a big fan of the KISS method. The 10 a.m. high in the bottom of confirm and we print into the close. All right. Since you are a fan of KISS method, are you also a fan of KISS band? No. But I think maybe I like some of their. I don't know. There's some songs out there that I like, and I don't even know who sings them. So maybe I'm a fan of one of their songs without knowing that I'm a fan of one of their songs. But no, I can't say like. That's it. Honest question, Blazer. Are you trolling right now? Are you also LBOP2XD, or is that just a matter of timing? Because if you look 1, 2, 3, 4, if you look 4 messages above you, literally somebody just asked that. So are you just joking around? Like, did you just create a new name? If not, that's fine. I guess it was just crazy timing, but I don't know. It looks like it's somebody else. Hey, Versace. I'm not using any oil. No trolling. Okay, so it's just timing. Yeah, I mean, you literally asked that. I use the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. I'm not smart. So I like to use candlesticks, some moving averages, trend lines, VWAP, and volume. The pink line is the 200 SMA. Dotted yellow is the VWAP. Purple line is the 50 SMA. Green is the 21 EMA. Over here we have the volume profile. And then these are candlesticks. And then I'll draw trend lines. I followed you years ago, and I think you suggested NVIDIA K12 card way back then. I'm so okay. Cool. Yeah, those have been some of our more popular posts. Was when, well, this is a different trading computer now, but yeah, the one that you're probably referring to, yeah, that computer lasted me like 7 years or something. So yeah, I'm not shocked that the card that was suggested you're still using it right now. $21 EMA in the 5. It is. Yep, you're right. I don't know. So for the record, I guess in hindsight, that was a good move of me to take those out, but I should not have done that. That was still a bad trade, even though now it looks like that was a smart move. It wasn't. Bad behavior on my part. Looking to add on the fail here. Yeah, I'm thinking about another short again. Why are you never having lunch? I haven't seen you eat on stream because I don't eat breakfast or lunch. I'm an intermittent faster. Foods for the week. Okay, that was a joke. If you eat lunch, that's fine. But that is interesting. But that makes sense that you would have noticed that I never do eat on the stream. You sound like you're. Oh, does he do fasting? Why don't you eat? It makes you pay attention more. When you, oh, yeah, no, agreed. When you don't eat, agreed. Yeah, man, once you get the carbs in your system, you get all tired. No breakfast, no lunch, dinner only, and then fruit. Dude, Nemo, I like your husband. He's a good man. I mean, you seem cool, too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't like you. I'm just saying that, yeah, I think I'd get along well with Nemo's husband. He eats her hopes and dreams, and that's right. That's one of my favorite sayings. Like when somebody's trolling, I'm just like, your tears taste delicious. That sends them into the stratosphere. They do not like that one. Oh, he's like, oh, good. See? All right, I'm going to try a short here. See if we can get a rejection off of the pink or the purple line. In. Looking for a scalpy scalp, and I'll take that. Like, that was a good scalpy scalp. Like, it came down, it moved, it gave me a nice little red body there. But then on days like today, I made like a whopping $8. Now, yeah, last week that would have been, I don't know, at least 7, 8 points. So that would have been a good chunk. Dude, hey, Indica, you were doing so well. Just leave that talk aside, man. You know that part of your life disappoints me. So just leave that stuff aside. Guitar Guy, I find it helpful for me to use the 200 EMA. Cool. Yeah. That's great, Guitar Guy. Yeah, if you like those ones, then use those ones. I'm enjoying having you in the background, and it's like a DSP stream all of a sudden. I don't know what is a DSP stream. The trolls. No, what does DSP stand for? Unless it's like something that is a bit sketchy. All right, again, if you are thinking short, we are now approaching a very, very big congestion point. Again, it doesn't mean that it will reject from this area, because reminder, I bought long at this congestion point, and it did not care at all. So, it very well may just come up, but I don't know. Is something like this maybe in the works? So that's what I'm generally watching right now. So in other words, I am bearish. I realize it's bouncing. I don't know how much I can trust the bounce, though. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, and it's, yeah, all of a sudden, yeah. Thankfully, we don't get too many trolls here, which is nice. Choppy day. Yeah, even from a shorter term, Philly, I'd probably agree that this is, I mean, there's still money to be made, but on a scalpy scalp day, if I really want to do scalpy scalp, I should just be increasing my position size. Because, yeah, that last move was a good move. Like, I got a nice little chunk, but on 5 MNQs, yeah, it's not going to be anything, like, groundbreaking. The volume is drying up on the way up here. Yeah. Going to add to my short with a sell stop. All right, Dragon. I like it. I like it. Love people keeping us posted on their trade plans. Nothing in hindsight. See, isn't it crazy, though? So this is why asking for trade plans is also very effective. Because the people that are trolls and don't want to do it, like remember Santo at the start? Like, we just asked him for a simple trade plan. He can never give it, and now he's gone, right? Because that's like a very efficient way to just get rid of people that just want to talk a big game, but they actually don't know what they're doing. So, in other words, Dragon, I appreciate you're doing that. Nothing but respect. And as I've always said, if you give a trade plan and we see that, oh, you were stopped out, aka the trade plan didn't work, that's okay. Welcome to the club. Like, there's nothing to be scared of if a trade plan does not work out. And we get to say, oh, you're wrong. You were wrong. Yeah, no kidding. Like, everybody is wrong from time to time as a trader. But it's the people that show up that just want to yap, that don't want to actually give a trade plan. Those are the ones that are like, yeah. But that's the good news is people that are trolling, if they learn that, wait, this chat's actually going to hold me accountable and I have to give actual numbers, yeah. Stopped out. I don't know. That may have been my last trade. Yeah. I don't, but I hesitate. I probably should draw it just because it seems like a valid one, but I don't. The theme of today has been tricky. So is that a short? Is that a trend line that should be shorted? Maybe. I'm gonna watch it. I'm not gonna commit to saying that I will short. Well, I'll put it this way. If it comes down here, On this or the next candle, I won't take it. But if the next candle stays up above it, then I will consider maybe taking the next one on a short below it, because that does look interesting. And we do ultimately, from the bigger picture, so big picture wise, we are, so for the golfers, let me put the golf up there. So upside down. So this would be a bear pennant pattern. Now, just because it's a bearish pattern doesn't mean for sure guaranteed it's going to go down. But yeah, that is why I'm more bearish biased right now. Is within the context of, you know, the past hour-ish, we're in one big bear pennant. Again, doesn't mean that it's for sure going to go down, but that's kind of what I'm seeing from the bigger picture. Good afternoon. First time here. Refreshing stream. Hey, well, thank you, Rancid Capital. Rancid. Like it stinks, I guess. I like it. I like it, though. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Glad you're finding it. Oh, there's some... Oh, man. I just noticed the irony. Somebody named Rancid Capital just said that the stream is refreshing. That's like... There's like a good... Oh, come on. Don't leave me behind. Yes, Rancid just... But hey, stick around. That's a good sense of humor. But hey, you just keep grinding, man. Pretty soon those evals will turn into potpourri. I thought this was live. I think it's live, right? Pretty sure. What do you mean? What do you mean, Martin? What do you mean you thought this was live? I have 5 pro accounts. If one account reaches 20K and I go live, what happens to the... you can keep trading, I'm pretty sure, Vad. How about, but Vad, again, we had this conversation earlier. Like, let's cross one bridge at a time. Just get one of those accounts up to that amount, and then worry about the other ones. What side am I using? I'm sorry, Brian. Earlier you asked about, and then I asked you day trading or swing trading, and I think I missed your reply. So again, Brian Medina, what you said you're getting into trading. What type of trading? Day trading or swing trading? That'll dictate whether or not I can tell you about what, pretty much what I'm doing. Day trading. Okay. So what you would want, pretty much this video right here, we'll walk you through everything. But in a nutshell, I argue that if you are wanting to get into day trading, the most efficient way to get into day trading is to day trade futures through a prop firm. So what I'm doing, the platform, all that, if you watch that video, it'll walk you through all that, including how to set up what you see here. Doggone it. Like I said, I did not want to take it on this candle. I just needed this candle to stay above that line. And then on the next candle, I mean, you heard me say it, I was willing to take it short. But that is now a requirement that in hindsight was not a good requirement. But in my defense, if you've been here long enough, you've seen those requirements sometimes save me from losing trades. The timestamp on your feed doesn't match actual time. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I'm literally talking to you right now, so does that not prove that this is live? Yeah, I mean, there is a bit of a delay. Are you sure you're like... I mean, it isn't live, like, there is, like, I think a 3 to 5 second delay. No, I don't know if it's a troll. I think sometimes, people just get a little confused. New to live streams. Yeah, right. Yeah. So no, I technically, to be fair, I am not like live, but there is like from my understanding, I've heard different numbers, but usually it seems to be like a 3 to 5 second delay. But I assure you, I am here right now. West Coast US. Okay, well, I mean, I am not in West Coast US. But Martin, I'm literally having a conversation with you right now, brother. $10:54 local time, right? Yeah, and in the Eastern time zone, it's 1:54 p.m. Eastern right now. In the Eastern time zone, because we're 3 hours ahead of you, it is 1:54 p.m. Eastern. No, maybe. Are you talking about like this time down here? Like that, this time? But yeah, this is live, Martin. This is live. I'm Central, so it's 12:54. Yeah, I'm also Central, but I still operate in Eastern time. Yeah, no problem, Martin. Welcome. Good to have you. Hey, can we get 6 more likes out there? The goal was 300 likes. So if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, it actually helps out quite a bit. I know it may not seem like it's doing much, but yeah, if you hit that like button, it really does help. So if you don't mind hitting that like button, we'll see if we can get up over 300 likes. And whoa, 320. Thank you, everybody. Great. I don't know. Maybe we could set an all-time new record. 400 likes would definitely be a new record. I don't remember. I want to say 377 likes is the record. But yeah, who knows? Maybe we got a chance at setting an all-time new record here. We'll see. You must be AI. You never know. Hey, Gary. I hit the like button. It took off the like. Whoops. So you had already hit it before. Uh-oh, Pakistan. What'd you remove? I am from Pakistan. Well, great to have you. Thanks for being here. I've never been to Pakistan. Have you ever been to America? Thanks, Gary. All right, I am looking at potentially a short at the trend line here, looking for like the classic back test and go. So there's the breakout. Are we going to back test and get a movement to the downside? Maybe. So that's what I'm watching. But it's first got to, you know what? I'm going to just throw the order up there. Let's see what happens. Usually I'd wait for confirmation, but on a day like today, we'll see what happens. Down for the day in New Mexico. Cool. Never been to New Mexico. I heard the green chili there is pretty good, though. No, bro, I never come to America. Hey, maybe someday. Now, if this rolls back over, I'm well aware I'm going to look like a total baboon. Like, dude, you should have... Why'd you wait for up there? Well, I get it in hindsight, but that's why trading's hard. Because as of right now, for all we know, maybe it's going to come up here and fill me and then go. And then I'm going to look really smart for, like, nailing the entry point. Or else it's just going to come straight up. But point being is, hey, man, trading's hard. This is why it's hard. We don't have hindsight. I found out all future trading and withdrawals must be done on the Pro Plus account only. All right, I'm in. Put out a couple of covers down there. Maybe it just does not care about the back test and go. We'll see. Hey, congrats. $800 day. Whoa, hey. Did I just... Okay, you got one out there. That was quite the smack or the snap down. All right. So one is now out. Let's see if we can get another one. Took another one out. I suppose just in case there's another snap down, I better throw out another one. So could still be a losing trade. It'll just be a modest one. Put my stop right there. Because I was able to put some gains in my pocket, but more importantly, reduce position size. So could still be an overall losing trade, but at this point, it would be a very, very modest losing trade. No, come on. Come back down. Come back down. It was 2 points. Yeah, well, at this point, it's not necessarily about the gains, Mystic Rick. It's about the habits, right? I am behaving in a way where on some days, those 2 points might actually be 8 points. So it's not about the amounts, Rick. It's about the habits. And I'm very happy with how I am managing this trade. I am building good habits with how I am managing this trade. Yeah, it might not be massive because it's a slow day. So sure, the monetary gains might not be there, but it's not about the monetary gains, Rick. It's about the habits. Yeah, so then why are you talking about $4? It was 2 points, $4. Why are you insulting my habits, Mystic Rick? Come on down. Do it for Mystic Rick. So that he can insult it again. Oh, that was only like 3.5 points, dude. $3 million from every trade where we riot. Uh-oh. Again, I'm short. Trying to see if this thing wants to roll back over. Still at threat of it being a losing trade, but it will be very modest at this point. I went a little heavy, but I'm out with big profit. All right, Gary, congrats. I'm fading you. Oh, sorry, I'm not trying to. What market are you trading? This is the USA futures market. And I'm specifically trading the MNQ. Hypothetically, how could someone make $100,000 in a day? Well, I mean, you can do the math there, Johnny Futures. I mean, you just need to know how many points, point dollar value, and then contract. So you could do the, like, how much do you have to make with one MNQ? I don't know, what would that be, like 100,000 point move or something? Have a good one, Indica. See you later. Yeah, you could Johnny Futures, you can do that math. So, you know, one NQ contract is worth, there we go. There we go. Keep coming down, brother. Again, I'm going to keep my stop up there. So I think it might still be a losing trade if I'm stopped out. Maybe it would now officially be a slight green trade. But, yeah, let's see if it wants to roll over. Again, this green line is my next target. And then the final one, I'll just follow it down with my stop. Should retest and break 680. Well, that'd be nice. Wait. I mean, I won't complain if that's what happens. I mean, it should, and I understand you think that, but like, there is a lot of things today that have been pretty tricky. And the things that should happen have not been happening. Hence the trickiness. Clay, can I ask how big the spread is? Because I'm using Iceberg from EU where I can trade money. No, there's no spread here. Yeah. The nice thing about futures is tight spreads, and the spreads are controlled by the market itself. Yeah, sound like you're coming from a Forex background. Yeah, run far away from Forex, and that's one of the many reasons why. The spreads can get goofy and all that sort of stuff. Oh, sorry to hear that, Pure Tone. Again, I'm short. Next target is this line, or this green line down here. My stop is up here. I should probably, yeah. I should move my stop. Yeah, let's just move it down to the high back. And there we go. So this will officially be a green trade because now even if I'm stopped out, this is still well ahead. No, but let's do this. Let me see if we can get at least a retest of the lows right there. So here we go. Again, yes, the monetary values are not big. And if you're trading and you're not, but remember, trading is not about the monetary values. It's about the habits. I have very, I'm not trying to sound cocky, but like I've managed this well. I've maneuvered in a good way, and there you go, stopped out there. But when markets are not, trading this kind of quote unquote slowly, it's all about the habits that'll help you survive when it gets crazier. So yes, Mystic Rick, he took a pot shot at one of my gains, but it's not about the gains right now. It's about the habits. Does that make sense to people? Give me a number 5. Does that make sense? Why would you not recommend Forex? Because Forex is first off like watching paint dry. It does not move very well. And then, yeah, you have spread issues, which player 1 is kind of hinting at. So, yeah, in terms of efficiency, day trading futures, so much better than day trading Forex. Like, Forex is so boring. There's a reason why you need so much leverage, because it truly barely moves. And then you factor in the whole prop. Now, to be fair, prop firms doesn't really give you any. It's not a winning argument against Forex because prop firms do exist in Forex. But I would say the winning argument on why Pam's plant, again, day trading futures and a prop firm is better than than trading Forex is just because futures move so much better than Forex. After trading futures for 6 months, I won't be going back to Forex. Yeah, there we go. Frosty Ducks. Which makes me think, are you like an HVAC guy? I mean, to be fair, it's probably good that currency values... No, exactly, Philly. 100%, and that's why. Yeah. Currency values, which is why Bitcoin's got a long way to go before it's ever going to be any sort of like reserve currency. Like you can't have a currency that fluctuates as much as Bitcoin does. Like you're exactly right, Philly. That's the whole point of currencies is like you don't want them to like if a currency fluctuates 1% in a day, that's like big news. Like that is huge news. 1%, right? Because yeah, you don't want currencies to lose that. Doggone it. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. Stopped me out and then started to come back down. Look at the US dollar. Yeah, the US dollar's not fluctuating like percentages every day. No way. No, thank you. No, thank you. Squid Merry Christmas. Jaboni? I don't think I'm getting the reference. Dollar down almost 10%. Right, this year, but we're not talking about it. Like we're not talking about it from that standpoint. We're talking about it in like a single day. I wouldn't do it, but I'm just curious. Is there prop firms for? Not that I'm aware of. Guitar guy. But yes. Forex is very, very slow compared to futures. And as traders, we do need some movement. Do you think it's a good idea to trade in December? Well, Shap, this is the logic that I operate on. I operate on this, that you know your strategy way better than I ever could. So I'm gonna throw the question mark, or I'm gonna throw the question back at you. What does your strategy say? Does your strategy suggest it's a good idea to trade in December? Again, I can't answer that for you. I don't know. That would be very arrogant on my part to answer that question. Because if I were to answer that, I would be presuming that I actually understand your strategy. We've never met before. I have no idea what your strategy is. So all I can say is, well, what does your strategy say? Does your strategy say it would be a good idea to trade in December? What is this you're trading on? I am in a prop firm. So if you want to do what I'm doing, there's 2 layers to it. Layer number 1 is I'm in a prop firm. So if you go to the link that's at the top of the screen or that message that's tagged in the chat box, it'll take you to this site right here. You'll pick your purchasing power. Make sure to use code CLAY so you get the 40% off. And then after that, they'll ask you what platform you want to use. And I'm in Tradeovate. So 2 layers. I am trading futures. I'm trading futures through a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. And then through Take Profit Trader, I'm using the platform of Tradeovate. Do you think there's a long coming if we break above 700? Whoops. I mean, I'm not trying to nitpick, but maybe above VWAP. But like, if it breaks 700, then technically speaking, VWAP's like 2 points above you. So like, I don't mean to nitpick, but no, I don't. 700, buying 700 would scare me because I'd be scared that it breaks 700 and then the VWAP just goes and smacks it back down. Now, maybe if it clears VWAP, I could see that. Got my second account, so feed the... Hey, thank you, M. Trollin, for code CLAY feeds hungry kids. I appreciate it. Do you only trade MNQ? No. This is my NQ trades from the day, and this is my MNQ. But yes, I am trading. I'm trading between one of these 97% of the time. Sometimes I'll trade gold. Greetings from Taiwan. Hey, that's cool. New but to be safe. You all. PDH is next. Chevelle, are you a pumper? Did you just pump us some sort of garbage stock, Chevelle? Be honest. If I pull up whatever you're talking about, PDH is next, Arget. Oh my goodness. Dude. The classic pumper trick. Find a stock that's made a big move and then just say every new stock is the next one of these. Chevelle, you just barked up. Oh, Chevelle. We're not very kind to pumpers around here. We know what you're trying to do, Chevelle. You're trying to pump a piece of garbage so that you can dump your shares on us. I don't appreciate that. I like my chat. I don't really like pump and dumpers. I assure you, if your stock was any good, you would not be needing to run around live stream chat rooms trying to tell people how great it is so that you can dump your shares on them, Chevelle. Chevelle, we chew people up like you and spit them out. Pretty nasty, Chevelle. You must think we're all stupid idiots. Go pump somewhere else. Or better yet, stop wasting your time with such nonsense and just day trade futures in a prop firm. Futures move way better than that nonsense. I'm starting out self-funded. Yeah, that's not maybe unwise. It is very unwise. Especially when you're starting out. I mean, veterans still do stupid things. New people are going to do way more stupid things. And those stupid things can get very costly. So yeah, there's zero doubt that String B, you are not being smart. You're not listening to the math. Oh, wait. Are you telling me that whole time you weren't talking about penny stocks, Chevelle? Was that abbreviations? Oh, and you forgot the T. PDH is next. Target. I thought Arget was some sort of bankrupt. I see what happened, Chevelle. Okay, we'll both take blame on that. You need to work on your typing. I probably should have connected the dots a little bit quicker, but that you weren't pumping some penny stock. That's on both of us. That's on both of us. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, Hattie said T. He said is next Arget. So yeah, that's on me. That's on both of us. All right. We're good. We're good. Glad you're not pumping some garbage penny stock. Glad you're already day trading futures. That's good. Those glasses make you older as I am looking. Yeah, well, my eyes are starting to get a bit, I think staring at screens for the past 30 years started to get to me. But I'm telling you what, these Blu-ray block, whatever it is, whatever the blue light, man, I was starting to get to the point where I'd be looking and then I would just start to get my eyes like, oh man. And then I got a pair of these and man, amazing. They work. So the blue light blocker, like that it's a real thing. At least for me, it's a real thing. If I go under your code, do you see that I did buy my name? You mean if you use code Clay, will YouTube tell me? Jabone, I'm not sure what you're asking. If I go under your code, do you see that I did buy mine? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would be able to. I don't keep track of like the names, but yeah, if I went and dug, I could see like who's using the names. Are there any prop firm platforms you can trade mobile? Yeah, this one right here, Tradeovate has a mobile app. Could I see the screen with all? Oh, yeah, of course, Loyal Wiz. Thank you for asking. There we go. Let me get that up. There we go. So yeah, these are all everybody that I have. Now again, if you're a beginner, take Profit Trader. But Loyal Wiz is in the category of experience. So he's probably trying to build his empire, but I guess he just wants to support the live stream. So he's like, hey man, what other live? There you go. What other prop firms do you have a code with? So thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Because yeah, code Clay with any of these prop firms can support the live stream. Now, if you're new, don't overwhelm yourself. Just go with Take Profit Trader if you are new. I know it can get overwhelming in a hurry, but yeah, if you are new, Take Profit Trader, in my opinion, by far the best way to go about it because they have such a clean set of rules, so you're not going to get all overwhelmed or anything. I do not do any copy trading, D-Carbon. I'll one day get to some of the copy trading, but I'm kind of a slow mover. What is the benefit of using the others? I would argue there is not a benefit. I think that Take Profit Trader is still the best for everybody regardless. Again, they're a clean set of rules, but Take Profit Trader also has the daily payouts. You can request money in any amount. So if you're making $1,000 every day, once you get your pro account, then you can request $1,000 every single day. Other prop firms, it's not quite that smooth. Like, you can't request money on a daily basis, or usually there's caps. Like, yeah, I get it, you made $3,000, but right now you can only request, to be fair to those other prop firms, you'll eventually get paid. I'm just saying that I think Take Profit Trader is the winner around, no matter whether you're experienced or a beginner. But some people, once they get to their 5 Take Profit Trader accounts, and they're like, well, I don't want to only trade 5 accounts. I want to trade 20 accounts. Well, then that's where, after they get Take Profit Trader turned into a well-oiled machine, they start to branch out to other ones. So that would be the advantage, is they just allow you to trade more than 5 accounts. So you could trade those 5 with Take Profit Trader, but then be trading other ones. In the pro, you need, like anywhere else, you need the buffer. Makes sense. Thank you for it. You're welcome, Philly. I'm thinking of, no, never mind. I was going to say, I'm thinking of a short, in fact, I'll paper trade it. Or we'll just keep an eye on it. All right, let's get rid of that. I was saying I'll take a short below that yellow line, but then I looked at the 5 and no, never mind. Because the 5, we got a hammer here, longer or shorter, got another hammer. So to be getting short right around here when the previous 2 candles produced bounces from around this area, for me, too sketchy. I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying a little bit too sketchy. How do you paper trade on Tradeovate? You have to, you have to sign up, and then they give you, I think, like a 2-week thing. Why no code Clay? I've never heard of them. Yeah, and honestly, I don't think many people would use them. I understand why you use them. I'm going to delete them just because I'd never even heard of them. But yeah, I know you use them because you're in Croatia, and Croatia is not available. Take Profit Trader is not available for Croatia. Why name Clay? Like you dirt? I mean, I guess, I don't know. I guess my parents wanted me to name me after dirt. You'd have to ask my parents why name Clay. I did not name myself, brother. I like my name, though. Not a lot of Clays out there. And no, it's not Clayton. It's Clay. I'm literally named after dirt. Oh, it's your name. Yeah, no, it is my name. My name is Dirt. It's okay. It's all right. I've had people in my life just call me Dirt, and it's fine. It's funny. Clay is my favorite word. Is it a swear word for you? Clay built our civilization. It's not dirt. Let's go, String B. I think you're crazy for using your own funds, but I can get behind that logic. That's some good stuff. Clay built our civilization. It's not dirt. Okay. Actually, the Taiwan market is moving ahead the U.S. market. Yeah, you guys are ahead. I think we can go long. All right. Yeah, I don't think you're crazy for going long. I can see people getting long right now, and your stop's probably down below, somewhere down around this area, I would assume. Teach you? Well, step 1 is definitely do not go self-funded. You can get way better bang for your buck in prop firms compared to doing self-funded. I mean, if you do because futures move very quickly. Like, you could take a $2,000, you could have a $2,000 mistake, and if you're using your own funds, well, that's $2,000 out of your pocket. But in the prop firm, yeah, a $2,000 loss will cause you to lose your account. But if you only paid $102 for your account, then technically that's all you've lost. Iowa has the best clay for NPSI clay to build. Yeah, it's quite a bit of clay here, that's for sure. But clay might be dirt, but it's something we build a lot with. I know, let's go. That was always a thing. Kissin? I'm not sure how to say your name. That's, all right. All right, that's, let me make sure. That is a woman, right? Okay. I just say that because, quick funny horror story. I don't know, it's probably been like 5 months ago now. But there is somebody here that I kept referring to as a she and a her and all that sort of stuff. And then it was like, that's a dude. And I'm like, what? So I went and looked, and long story short, somebody I thought was a woman was a guy. So now I am always very paranoid. Like, I'm looking at Clisson and I'm like, okay. Like, I think she's a woman. That looks like a girl to me. But I'll let you confirm. But it's something yes. But anyways, so the thing with, for me was always art class. Art class from 1st to 5th grade. Well, I guess then from 6th to 7th or 6th to 8th grade, when you start to get, then it turned like more in the perverted. Anyways, but like art class. All right, next week we're going to play with clay, or next week we're going to be using clay, and everybody would always look at me and like, so that was always, that was the worst part. You are. Okay, thank you. All right, Jennifer, good. Good to know that I have not lost my ability to identify what a woman is. Jennifer is indeed a girl. Anyways, so that was the one downside. Was but it's helped because our oldest daughter Joy, she always gets like, she doesn't like the song Joy to the World, right? Because people sing Joy to the World, and then people like, her friends might look at her and stuff like that. I'm like, listen, Joy. Couldn't you imagine art class? Okay, next week we're going to play with clay, or we're going to use how to sculpt clay, and then everybody turns at me in that context. So, yeah. How did we get on that name? How do we get? Oh yeah, because somebody was like, they thought my nickname had. Oh yeah, do you like dirt or something? Is that why you're clay? It's like, no, that's my parents named me after dirt. Clay isn't wrong. Went self-funded, and OMG was a nightmare. Funded is the way to go, and then you develop. Yeah, thank you, Rambo. I appreciate that. It's not easy to admit stuff like that you kind of did a boneheaded thing, but your boneheaded thing and more importantly, your willingness to share that hopefully helped out. Yeah, so read Rambo. Up above. If you have not read Rambo's, there you go. You thought Jennifer is AI? I mean, it looks like an AI picture, I think, from when I looked at it. But I'm assuming. So to be fair, I suppose in theory, yeah. Okay, so that's like some sort of cartoonish. I don't even know what that's called. So I suppose in theory, Jennifer could just be. Well, okay, let me take. You never know, right? Because somebody right now could have a picture of a real girl, and then I mean that's like, what is this? That's what bluegilling is, right? If you bluegill somebody, like you put a picture of something but that's not you, and then you bluegill the person, right? Isn't that what that's called? Has anybody here ever been bluegilled? No, it's not catfishing. It's bluegilling, right? Isn't that what's called, bluegilling? Has anybody here ever been bluegilled? What even is bluegill? You never heard of bluegill? It's like the fish that every kid catches. Come on, Abel. Like, if you take a kid fishing, odds are they're gonna catch a bluegill. Okay, that was a joke. I know it's catfishing. You baboons. So yes, there's a reason why you've never heard of bluegilling, because I just made it up to try to trigger some people. I was trolling. I do troll from time to time. I was thinking, should I say bassing or like perching? But I was like, no, what's a fish that a lot of people have heard of? I thought it was bluegilling, but then somebody was like, what's a bluegill? No, I don't mind trolls. If you make it obvious you're trolling, it can be funny. Now there's the law of diminishing return. Like we had somebody, Oh, face graded. Like, he kept going back to the same joke over and over. So I was like, all right, that's the type of trolling where I do know you're trolling, but like, it's the same thing. So that sort of gets a little annoying. But now if you're trolling, but like you are doing it in like a nobody can tell type of way until it takes a while, well, I don't like that at all, because now you've literally wasted other people's time, myself included. So I don't like that type of trolling where like it's more a malicious one. Yeah, if you're trying to make it obvious you're trolling, I mean, I don't care about that. That's just funny. Make some trades. I need to make money. Well, then go trade, Rod. I don't see any trades to make right now. Not to mention, I've been all over the place on the live stream. This has been very tricky action. I can help you in no way there, Rod. Yeah, it's kind of Chop Town. Why is NQ late going down? What do you mean late? Rod, you're supposed to not smoke anymore. You have so much available cash in your budget if you just stop smoking. Do you know any more prop firms you could get? I'm telling you right now, if you are a smoker, I have such good news for you. You have so much available cash at your fingertips, right? Benjamin Franklin, a penny saved is a penny earned. If you just stop smoking, you're going to have all sorts of cash just show up out of nowhere. Yeah, if you're going to smoke something, smoke evals, right? Because at least that gives you a chance to ba-boom. Okay, all right, here we go. Jennifer is like, Jennifer is calling, let's see. Oh, you're still going to accuse of bluegilling people. For the record, I think you're real. But some people are going to look at that picture and be like, nope, you're catfit or you're bluegilling. Change for vape. Okay, I don't know. So what's the cost breakdown? How much does vape cost compared to like a pack of cigarettes? Because I think I would still say that if you vape, you have extra money in your budget. Because if you just stop vaping, then you're going to notice. Again, Benjamin Franklin, penny saved is a penny earned. If you just stop vaping, money will show up all of a sudden. Is this a short now? What I'm watching for a potential short is here. On the 5-minute, we have the VWAP and the pink line, which is the 200 period moving average. They're basically right on top of each other, which makes you think right around 700 could be an area of resistance. So I'm kind of watching up there. Hey, ND Nated, or the Nated, or vaping cost me around $8 to $10 a week. Okay, all right, that's not crazy. Because isn't a pack of cigarettes like that price alone? Are we allowed to talk about vape? Are we allowed to talk about this stuff on a live stream, or is YouTube going to like blacklist us? I don't know. What's the policy on that? I mean, in my mind, we're just talking personal finances. Are you going short? Maybe. Are you? I'm going to do what you do, gaming, for all of us. I'm only going to do what you tell me to do. I'm kind of excited as the live stream grows. I'm glad we're getting some females in here. That's good. I personally think females make way better traders than dudes. Us guys, our egos are too big. Yes, but it's best for stopping because you can go down on nicotine with vape and then with zero nicotine, you just stop. Ah, okay. That makes sense. So it's a means to an end. I gotcha. With Christmas Eve count as full trading, I don't know, Joseph. Probably not. I don't think they do that. I know Take Profit Trader, they're pretty lenient. Above some of you and your abbreviations, you're just so cool with all the What is POC? Point of cheese? Still waiting for all these vaping studies to come out. Don't think it's safe of an alternative, some people think. Yeah, I've put zero research into it, so I cannot speak for it at all. All right, we're at that level. I'm going to wait for some sort of confirmation. And on the 5 minute here, we are at those areas. But like I said, I wasn't just going to blindly short them just in case something like this happened. Again, if you got short right there, I mean, you still have a chance if this thing comes all the way back down. But like I said, I'm trying to wait for a little bit more of confirmation. How did you open that order flow on Tradovate? What do you mean order flow? This over here? That? Is that what I... Point of cookie. Females don't exist on the internet in early 2008s. No? I don't know. I thought they were around. Maybe not. I'm going to start calling it bluegilling instead of catfish. Let's go, Kyle. Kyle's my boy. We're going to start a revolution, man. We're going to rearrange the English slang language. They're going to name it KyleClay.com. The new Urban Dictionary, KyleClay.com. Yes. You are old. Bless you, have 6 kids. I only have 1, and it's too much for me. Yeah, I mean, 6 is a lot, don't get me wrong. But there's also, you have to remember, our oldest is 13, and then our next is 11. So they can help provide cover fire with the younger ones. I just want to ask about your stocks that you analyze. How long do you hold them? Oh, I don't have any of those, Karim. That's just me being an evil businessman. The only reason why I do the top 10 stocks is because I'm trying to draw people in that are involved in small caps and penny stocks and maybe options. I'm trying to draw them to the live stream so that I can smack them in the face and say, hey, stop day trading these small caps. Stop day trading these penny stocks. Stop day trading options. Day trade futures through a prop firm because that is the way better way. So yeah, I don't care about those. I'm not in those. I just simply use that as a business mechanism to funnel people to my live stream so that I can present them with a way better idea. Because I firmly believe that Pam's Plant, again, Pam's Plant is day trading futures through a prop firm, is the most efficient way to day trade. So yeah, no, that's just me being an evil business person that I do those. Hey, Cheryl. Where you been, Cheryl? F-Jet small cap crapper for the short. Yeah, small caps and penny stocks, I mean, that made sense 5 or 6 years ago, but after the invention of micro futures and prop firms, at least in my opinion, doesn't matter anymore. Goofing off, come on, you're supposed to be here. I had twins and was scared to get her again after that, so I told her she was about... Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, that'd be intense. That'd be intense. Like, the first kid, I still remember, after the first kid, you're like, wait, you're going to let me go home with this? Like, do I have, like, a guide? Is there somebody that's going to come alongside me? Wait, you're going to just send me home with this little human being. So it's already crazy enough. But to have 2, nothing but credit to anybody that their first pregnancy ended up being twins. That'd be props. Props. Nothing but respect. Man, driving home from the hospital with kid number 1, I'm like, all back to like the fundamentals of driving, 2 hands, all that sort of stuff. Kid number 6, I'm like, I'm not even using my hands. I'm like, yeah, it's amazing. New parents are great. Because we've all been there. I think we've all had the experience. Wait, you're going to let me take them home alone? Wait, I'm supposed to take that home with me from the hospital? Man, that's wild. But then you kind of discover how resilient kids are. Like, man, they're kind of... Oh, man. I feel still... But, like, even kid number 6, Jet, I was changing his pajamas or something. This was a while ago. And I could see like a look in his eyes, and he started to kind of fuss and cry. And I'm like, what's going on? And I look, and like his thumb was caught, and I was trying to pull, and his thumb was like any normal human being, like I would have snapped their thumb off. But like kids are like Gumby. So like, yeah, it was getting uncomfortable for him, and he was starting to fuss a little bit. And then I got it off, and then he like started to laugh. Like kids are pretty like, they're kind of built for like numbskulls, you know? Clay, short on the purple line. Hey, Abel, you know the policy. Would you like to PayPal me some money, Abel? I will buy an account, and then I will name it the Abel account, and then I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Do we have a deal, Abel? I felt like I was still a kid and was so nervous taking them home. Oh, yeah, it's wild. It's wild. The first one they allow you to take home, you're like, that was the question, sorry. Brother, we got to use question marks around here. Is it a short at the purple? I think you mean pink line. To be fair, I think for some, no, I don't know. What I see, this looks like it's pink. I can't keep plants alive, but my kid has made it to. That's like my wife. Like she is. I mean, and she's a. Wait, if you're good, you have a green thumb, right? Yeah. So she is the opposite. She is like a brown thumb. Like she is like plants. So we're looking for it, but our son, Trip, he is all about gardening. So like when we get our garden going on the homestead, he's so excited about that. But yeah, kids are so much tougher than plants. Like it's wild. It is wild. Like I've watched kids biff it downstairs, and I mean, they cry, but it's just like anything broken, and they're like, no. I turned 250 into 14,000 CFDs and lost it all since I'm trying out prop firm and try to really find the ones that fit me. CDF was just so slow. Wait, aren't you Jennifer? Are you wait, but that's not did you just change a picture again? Yeah. Man, you're changing pictures all over the place. Now it's a cat. How would I collateralize? Yeah, I know what CFDs are. I'm not saying this is the case, Jennifer, but I'll just say I've seen this quite a bit where people that are new show up and they show up in the right place at the right time. And then they take small amounts and then turn them into really big amounts. And then things kind of go back to normal. And then kind of what you're describing happens. Again, I'm not saying that you showed up and got luck. I'm not saying it was luck that turned 250 into 14,000. Again, because I don't know. But I have seen that happen quite a bit. Where, I mean, I think of AMC, GameStop, right? You had a bunch of brand new people show up, and just because they were in the right place at the right time, they took those small amounts and really grew them to really big amounts. But those are always tough conversations because, you know, I try to tell people, you're sort of just getting lucky. You don't actually know what you're doing. How much did you make on it? I'm like, no, nothing, because and they're like, then shut your mouth, hater. And I'm like, okay, logically, I get it. Some dude like me, I get it, like, you know, has not made any money. Trying to tell them that, like, they don't know what they're doing makes sense. That's why trading is hard, because things like that makes sense. It's actually like, well, no, it's you got lucky, but it's hard to listen to that stuff when you're the one seeing your account explode in the green direction. So I'm not saying that's the case, Jennifer, but yeah, I do think that futures are, to your point, way better than CFDs, because yeah, CFDs, not to mention. Well, are you in America? Are you American, Jennifer? Probably not if you were doing CFDs. But either way, yes, futures move way better than CFDs. And from my understanding, CFDs is kind of a sketchy landscape anyways. Traded GME during COVID was, yeah, I mean, that was probably the biggest or craziest short squeeze I've ever seen. Marijuana stocks from back in like 2015. That was a pretty crazy time. because you had a lot going on. You had all that marijuana legislation in Colorado, and then you had Wolf of Wall Street come out, I think right around that same time. So it was like a double whammy of all sorts of new people coming into the market. So 2015-ish time, or was that? I don't remember. Or was that 2013? But yeah, GME and AMC, that was also very, very wild. You're Canadian? Oh, yeah. You don't need to be doing CFDs as a Canadian. HKD, yeah, that was pretty crazy. That one didn't last as long. I'm doing CFDs, US 100, so it's basically NASDAQ. Yeah, well, again, players, my gripe with you is I think you're probably risking your own funds. And what I'm trying to say is I think I don't, risking your own funds if you don't have to, I think it would be good to not risk your own funds. Saw a kid roll down a set of stairs at the bottom, get back up. Yeah, exactly. Kids are nuts. Like, they're so, like, they're Gumbies. All right, I'm going to try maybe a long here on the pullback. Again, trying to buy the pullback here to VWAP. Technically, it's already bounced from it, so maybe I missed it. Yeah, I'm down like, well, player one, you now know about prop firms. So yeah, I'd say to take a look in a take profit trader, brother. Come on. Trying to be patient. Come on. This is just, I mean, I'm watching this. So what I like to do is like, how long does this number stay the same number? The longer it stays that number, the slower you know that it is. And the fact that it's still a 1 is crazy. I grant it changed. Look at that. Look how long it's been a 1. That just tells you how slow it actually is today. So, I mean, we're fluctuating between a 0 and a 9 right now. Like, look at that. 0, 0. So stuff like that is just like, it tells you how slow things actually are. Like, there are some days where you look at like that number and it is just like, it'll go from 1 to like 3. So, like, it is just, that's how crazy it is. But today, it is, yeah. So, yeah. All right, I'm long. Looking for a bit of a bounce here. See if we can get the bounce off of VWAP. Last time I bought the pullback in the downtrend was over here, and that didn't turn out well. We'll see if this one's maybe any different. Again, very small size, very slow movement, so throw a couple orders out there just in case there's a quick move up. There we go. Got that first target hit. Let's see if we can get up to the next one. All right, took out another one. Maybe this, I don't know. This pullback, it might be on its way down to test this area right here. Purple line 50 period, green line 21. You can see they're basically right at the same level. So I don't know. If that happens, I suppose this one will just simply be a losing trade. So hopefully it doesn't want to go down and test those areas on the 5-minute. 5-minute AT. Yeah, exactly. Come on, you dirty rat. What a joke. Well, at least that first target got hit, but I'll put my, yeah, it's just, I'll do a mental stop. If it drops below the green line, I'm out. Green line right there is a 21 EMA. There you go, brother. Now let's get a bounce here. Come on. Hey, maybe we could set a record here. We are 20 likes away from what I think would be a new record. Well, what? 400 likes. So if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button. First off, it just helps a lot in and of itself. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but hitting that like button does help out quite a bit. And then second, maybe you can help us be part of a record-breaking stream. Because I don't remember exactly what it is, but I do know that if we were to hit 400 likes, that would be a new record. Hey, 396. Come on. 390. Don't even think about it, chat. Don't conspire against me to stop it at 399. You evil bunch of baboons. Oh, my goodness. You got... Okay. Whew. I thought somebody conspired. Like, okay, fellas and fellettes. We're bringing this up to 399, and then we're just going to stop and break his heart. Well, thank you. We officially have a new record. How do you mark a level on Tradovate? What do you mean mark a level? You just click. Like a entry? Like the blue line is automatic. That just showed, that was my entry. But like this is a target. So if I want to put another target, boom, boom. Then if I want to... Okay, I got to be honest. I don't have it in me to, if this thing's going to require me to hold, hey, I'll take that. I was going to say, I do not have it in me if that thing's going to sit here and make me wait for another 20 minutes. So on that note, I'll put my stop right here. And I think this will be a green trade now no matter what. But yeah, I might get aggressive. Like I said, I don't feel like sitting here for another 20 minutes. If this thing's going to chop around for that amount of time, no, not going to put up with it. Yeah, thanks, Frosty. Done. Okay, Jennifer, is that this, Jennifer, or did you just change your picture again? Are you gaslight? What is going on here? Are you Oh, she's back to her original one. Oh my goodness. I'm like, why do I keep... I'm very avatar driven. Like, it drives me nuts when people change their avatar just because I do like to get to know people. Like, I can just recognize people from their avatars. Like, I know, like, Frosty Ducks. He's got the duck with the like... But Jennifer, she's, like, playing all sorts of games with me. It's a dude? Oh, Crazy Diamond thinks it's a dude? Okay. So you think I'm getting bluegilled? You think it's actually a dude and I'm sitting here thinking it's a girl? All right. The Wrestling Viper. That's an intense name. I'm new here. What's up? What's going on in here? Well, I'm not trying... The Wrestling Viper, I'm not trying to be a sarcastic baboon, but we're day trading futures? Or we're just day trading? I don't know what that really... Hey, Grill and Trend! How are we feeling? Pretty good. So you recommend me a prop room, even if I'm ultra new? Yeah, definitely if you're ultra new. Like, okay, so here's why for the ultra new person. Let's just say you're ultra new and you have $2,000, okay? You have two choices. You can take that $2,000 and fund a futures account on your own, or you could go down the prop firm path. So with that in said, or you can do this. You could do the prop firm route. So if you go to take prop trade, that link, and you're like, okay, let me just do the 50K. So in this situation, you have 2,000. Like, okay, I'm gonna buy a 50K account. So you don't fund an account with 2,000. You buy an account with a prop firm for 102. Whoops, 2,000 minus 102. So for you still have 1898 left. But if you choose the pathway of using that 2,000 to fund an account, okay. Now let's just say something. Oh yeah, I know that you were yapping at someone. Oh yeah, I was yapping about avatars. Jennifer has changed her picture like 37 times. So it keeps messing with my mind. I mean, you could also paper trade. I mean, you could, but paper trading's pretty worthless because paper trading does not have any voices. Right? If you've ever wondered why you can demo trade and you can be a rock star demo trading, it's because you don't have any voices. So this actually argues even more for why somebody ultra new, because you're going to start to mute the voices. Because ultimately, dealing with the voices is the most important part of trading. Okay, gotcha. So Jennifer is just trying to prove that she's not AI. Gotcha. Subscribe to me. Thank you, Wrestling Viper. Anyways, so yes, you could paper trade. And paper trading, I'm not going to say is totally worthless, but it's pretty close to being worthless because there are no voices in paper trading. Anyways, so now let's say we have a situation where you have a bad trade. And let's just define the bad trade or the stupid trade because, again, you're new. So stupid trade because you're new is $2,000 loss. Well, let's think about now it's a matter of consequences. And prop firms are a great way at reducing consequences. So again, what is the consequence if you make a stupid trade that costs you $2,000 and you fund your account for $2,000? Well, your journey's over, right? Because you just ran out of money. Now, what is the consequence for the prop firm person? Well, that is a rule violation because on the 50K, there are rules. You're not allowed to lose $2,000. So if that person loses $2,000, what is their consequence? Well, their consequence is they lose the account. But what does that actually mean? Do they lose $2,000? No, they only lost the account, meaning they lost what they paid for the account. So they lost 102. So now think about it. That person still has $1,898, right? And the cool thing with prop firms is you can try again. You can reset the account. And at Take Profit Trader, it's $100 to reset. So, well, let's try again, minus 100. Notice, the other choice, their journey's done. They had the 2,000. They loaded up their own account. Bad trade. Now, of course, maybe it's not one trade, but futures move quick. That amount could be gone in 2 or 3 trades. But with the prop firm, okay, you can try again for that 100. Let's say they go out and do something stupid. Okay, well, roast that account. Minus 100. Let's reset it. Let's try again. They go out there. They do something stupid. Okay, minus 100. Now, keep in mind, they're learning along the way. So every time they blow an account, they're learning from it. So they're getting multiple trades, but they eventually blow it. So my point is that, maybe they blow up an account there. They do more stupid stuff, blow up another account, do more stupid stuff, blow up another account, more stupid stuff, blow up another account, more stupid stuff. And then maybe all of a sudden they go on a run. And let's just say they make $1,200. So all of a sudden now this account they buy, they get $1,200 from it. So let's subtract that out, 2,000. And right there, after all those stupid trades, bad trades, blowing up accounts, they're actually in the green, $298. So from a learning mechanism standpoint, very, very efficient. So let me be very clear. I'm not saying that prop firms guarantee you'll find success as a trader. I'm just saying they're going to give you more opportunity to figure out trading. It's sort of like hitting a golf ball. If you want to learn how to hit a golf ball straight, I would say the chances suggest if you have 100 golf balls to hit, you're going to have a higher chance of figuring out how to hit a golf ball straight compared to if you have 5 golf balls to trade, right? Neither guarantees you'll ever figure out how to hit a golf ball straight, but statistically, the more golf balls you have to hit and learn from, the better your odds become. Same is true with the prop firm. Prop firms allow you to your dollar goes further, gives you more opportunity to figure out how to trade. So yes, if you're ultra new for that reason, that is why in my mind, prop firms make a whole lot of sense. So I've started with a personal account, haven't used props. I assume they're designed to make it difficult to get payouts. Well, no, I mean, it's hard to get a payout because trading's hard, William. No, and that's why, Take Profit Trader, sure, they have rules, but I argue the rules are a good thing. The rules are going to force you to focus on risk management, risk control. That is a lot of people complain, well, prop firms have rules. No, I do. Some rules are kind of stupid, but that's why I like Take Profit Trader because it's a very clean set of rules. But at the core, the rules are going to force you to focus on risk management. And here's a hint. That is a good thing. Risk control, risk management is a good thing. And yes, prop firms and their rules are going to force you to focus on those aspects, which is a pretty good segue here into right here in terms of, okay, well, Clay, I get it. I can see how the more golf balls you have to hit, the better. So yes, if you are a beginner or experienced, in my opinion, Take Profit Trader, they are the king of the mountain. They are the best one to use. The main reason for the beginner trader is because of their clean set of rules. These other prop firms here, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them, but I could see a beginner getting very overwhelmed with all the rules that they have. So if you're a beginner, in my opinion, the cleanest way to go about it is Take Profit Trader. Now, if you're experienced, I still say Take Profit Trader is the best way to go. And if you are building your empire and have not at least tried Take Profit Trader, I say at least give them a try. I've yet to meet anybody that has used other prop firms and then complains about Take Profit Trader, their daily payouts, and the fact that you can request any amount you want. So if you're making $1,000 a day with Take Profit Trader in their pro account, then you can be requesting $1,000 every single day. Other prop firms, it's not quite that smooth. So that combined with, again, the clean set of rules, no scalping rule, no scaling rule, no consistency rules. Again, very, very clean set of rules. I think Take Profit Trader is the king of the mountain. But if you are somebody that starts here and then you become experienced, meaning you get your Take Profit Trader, you get your 5 accounts, you got your 5 pro accounts, you're a well-oiled machine, but you're like, I want to expand my empire. Well, then at that point, you are definitely experienced. And yeah, at that point, venture into these other ones because you'll have a much better idea of what sort of rules will matter and won't matter for you and your strategy. But at the start, I say Take Profit Trader is the best way to go about it. So on that note, we're over 4 hours in. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to call it good. That is, I will be back tomorrow. I will also be streaming on Friday, Wednesday, Christmas Eve, and then Christmas. There will be no stream, obviously, or hopefully, obviously. But yes, so I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern for normal hours. And thank everybody for being here. If you have not yet, do you have a video about prop firms? I mean, I just go to the website. Like I'm not quite sure what more you need to know about. I don't know. I don't know how to say that. So you have no Nemo. That's a bad link. That link that date should not be there, Nemo. So please don't sign up for that one. Fair question, but no, that's just an error right now. But so anyways, thank you everybody for being here. A lot of new faces, which is great. Please come back and like I said, hit the like button on the way out. And if you're not yet a subscriber, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Usually I'm here earlier than 11 a.m. Eastern. I just say 11 a.m. Eastern to make sure that I'm not late. But yes, if you want to know exactly when I do go live, that's where turn on the notification bell will help in that regard. So thank you everybody for being here. Get out there. Use code CLAY. It helps. It's a way to support the stream. And as long as people are supporting it via using code CLAY, then yes, the stream will indeed continue. So thank you everybody. Appreciate it. I'll see everybody back tomorrow.